where he and a couple of people that believe in him you call out to them in that part of Bombay and they will come and fix a tap in your house because that's how you save water, and thousands of people just have leaking water because the plumber won't come for that reason. So kudos to you. We'll come back and have more conversations. For this part, I'm going to request Mia to help out. I'll tell you one thing that is very unique and that I find about a lot of people from Kerala. They are unapologetic about telling stories from their context. वो primer 101 lesson for dummies नहीं लिखते हैं. They don't write such basic stories. They are utterly invested and proud in their environment. Joshi's own artwork is exquisite. Like, it is truly beautiful. I cannot believe that this is a debut graphic novel. Of course, that doesn't mean he's a debut illustrator at all. It's an accomplished person working in animation. But you can see how the gorgeousness of the land and the love for the land permeates this story, which is in fact a story about addiction. It's a story about gambling. It's about a person's mental health coming through it also. It's about many socio things that surface in course of this. It is also a thing that came out in Malayalam long ago, and it has found its time in English after a while. So Mia, are there things that you would like to ask? Some of the things that we discussed about?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think something that I felt, I came across Joshi's work early on in like my getting into my own graphic novel career. And it was one of the first things that stood out to me as like something that is in a regional language, not really trying to appeal to a universal thing, but taking something that is so ingrained and like specific culture-wise and not being apologetic for it, like you said. But like just the use of colors, the lines, and how Joshi navigates the panels themselves and like makes use of comics as a medium. I think because Amrita had before said there's like a lot of similarities between cinema and comics. But like I think the basic difference that comics allows for is the panels themselves and how like the shots in a film usually stay the same size or like within the same frames throughout, and you have close-up shots and everything, but the screen itself stays the same. But in comics, you have the option of changing the size of the panels, changing the sequence of those panels, so they induce different emotions. So I think that's what Joshi does kind of best through his work. And I wanted to ask, like, Joshi, what were your primary influences and inspirations while getting to the graphic novel medium? Because you did used to do animation and paintings, illustration before that. And the decision to use comics as a medium, why comics?
ഞാൻ അനിമേഷൻ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. അതുകൂടാതെ കഥകൾ ആദ്യം തന്നെ വായിക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ സാറിന് ഇതിൽ സാഹിത്യം വായിക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഒരു എഴുതാൻ കുറച്ച് സാധിക്കുന്നുള്ളൊരു ആലോചന ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത്. നമ്മൾ വരയ്ക്കാനും പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ കുറച്ച് ആശയങ്ങളുള്ളത് ഏതിലേക്ക് എങ്ങനെ പുറത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആലോചനയിൽ നിന്നാണ് പിന്നീട് നമുക്ക് തന്നെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. നമുക്ക് വരയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റും, കുറച്ച് എഴുതാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവലാക്കി മാറ്റാൻ നമുക്ക് തന്നെ ചെയ്യാം, ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഒരാൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. മറ്റേ ഒരു സിനിമയാക്കണമെങ്കിലും മറ്റെന്ത് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിലും ഒരു ടീമിൻ്റെ വർക്ക് നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ വന്നപ്പോഴാണ് ഞാനൊരു ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവൽ ചെയ്യാമെന്നുള്ള ഇതിലേക്ക് വന്നത്.
So Joshi will be speaking in Malayalam and I'll be translating that for you guys. So what he was saying was that he was always an artist. He had been dabbling in illustrations and animation and generally storytelling in different forms. And he used to write as well. He was always into telling stories in different formats. And when it came to a certain point and he had worked on a few animation shots and everything, like comics kind of stood out as a medium where you could do the full thing on your own, which is different from like movies or anything else because you need a whole cast and crew, tools and all of those things that come with it. While in comics, it's completely possible as long as you have like a pen, some colors and paper to do the writing, do the drawing, put it all together yourself. That's kind of where it started for Joshi, like a passion project in that sense, to be able to tell more stories and tell stories of his own, tell stories from his context. So since he had done all these other mediums, comics seemed the right next step for him to take, and that's when he decided to do this.
One interesting detail is the translator of this book from Malayalam to English is an extremely accomplished person himself. His name is KK Muralidharan. So, KK is a graphic designer, he's a production person for films and a skillful person. So, I wanted to ask Joshi about what it is like in order to collaborate with somebody who is also a visual person. Did you find that the translation of your universe was easier because it was a visual person, or what was it like?
ഞാൻ എനിക്ക് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് വളരെ മോശമാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ അത് മുരളി ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഏകദേശം ഒരേ സാമ്യമുള്ള സ്ഥലത്ത് ജീവിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ മുരളിക്ക് ഈ കഥ പെട്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും, ഇതിൻ്റെ പശ്ചാത്തലം മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും. അതുകൊണ്ട് മുരളിക്ക് അത് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ കുറേ എളുപ്പമുണ്ടാവും. പിന്നെ ചില വാക്കുകൾ, നമ്മൾ ചില പ്രയോഗങ്ങൾ അതിൽ മലയാളത്തിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ സംസാര ഭാഷയിൽ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ മാത്രം ഞങ്ങൾ ചെറിയ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ചെറിയ അതിനെപ്പറ്റി വിനിമയം ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടി വന്നിട്ടുള്ളൂ. മുരളിക്ക് അത് വളരെ ഈസി ആയിരുന്നു ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്.
To translate, what you were saying was that since Murali came from an art background as well, also understood the medium, but also came from the specific context that Joshi is also from, so he was able to get a lot of the like the details, the nitty-gritty details in how people would speak and how the like certain sayings or phrases and idioms would translate from Malayalam to like English, and like it was quite a smooth process for the both of them to do it together because of both the commonalities, both in terms of context and the art backgrounds. So yeah.
That's fantastic. We'll come back to you with questions. And also, one particular thing is noteworthy, that all of us over here who are practitioners, we do not, except for Abid, none of us are mainstream bringing the roof down with our work. I mean, we are indie, we are special, we are doing spectacular work in our own way, but none of it has gone mainstream in the way Abid's work has. So that's something that could perhaps come into conversation later on. I'm going to move to the next person, which is Ita. The name has been misspelled, I'm sorry. It's Mehrotra, auto check, Zindabad. Basically, what is happening over here is that Ita is a practitioner of a very particular form of comic. And again, it's interesting that you did this with your very first graphic novel. In Europe, they call it a témoignage, which means being a witness. And it is a very popular kind of a graphic novel in which you are a witness to an event. You're recounting things almost as they unfold. And I think what is singular in your accomplishment is that you did a graphic novel on Shaheen Bagh while having skin in the game, while actually being on the site and actually managing to create a full book based on those events and conversations, capturing all kinds of things, fragments, histories, stories. Not very long after things went down, you actually were working in the moment. And I think that may pretty much be the first time in India that somebody has done this in the moment. Of course, people have documented historical things or like important things, but that I feel is very special. I also find it very special because Ita actually is on the road and on the ground a lot. She's not one of these navel-gazing comic book artists, socially awkward, sitting in some room somewhere. So she's very much amongst the people. She likes working with people, movements. Her new work, which she will tell us about, takes on another aspect of it, but it's very much being there, having the heat on your back, and I find that fairly unique, and working solo. This is a panel from your new work. Would you like to say a word about that?
Sure. Thank you, Amrita. So yeah, as Amrita is saying, a lot of my time is spent not at the desk making comics, as much as I'd like to call myself a comics maker. It's within communities where there are urgent socio-political questions that people themselves are dealing with. So while in Shaheen Bagh, it was a big protest that became everybody's cause because it's about the constitution. It was really born out of doing primarily first focusing on posters that are calls to action saying this is happening. Their first urge is from hearing people in the protest and saying, okay, these are women who maybe are not being heard enough, and I am sitting in the protest and the urge to draw and write what I'm hearing is so direct and so almost there's no other way. I can't breathe without, putting that poster out that day. So it begins with just responding through drawing and very immediately and putting those out as I can, WhatsApp, friends, social media. And that's how it's been for some time. A lot of the time is within these activist sort of networks and responding to very urgent ongoing issues. Currently, I've been involved within forest rights movement spaces. So these are again indigenous communities, but also activist networks which are across the country saying who do the forests belong to. And at the moment, there's huge projects of extractivism, whether that's through mining or deforestation for roads and bridges and things that supposedly people need. So again, it's about, it begins primarily as not my project to make a book. It often begins because I can't sit in my studio and just know that all this is happening and not be there. The urge is so strong that I form certain links. It's sometimes within organizations, sometimes I make my own friends, and it's going into these spaces, hearing dialogue. A lot of the time I end up talking a lot to young women within these spaces because that's also the friendship that develops. And within those conversations, there's an unraveling of what's going on. And I think comics happens because it allows me this freedom to do a bit of the objective storytelling. Kya ho raha hai, kya dekh rahi hu, but then also a little bit of how I'm feeling.
There's something I have to ask over here because both Mia and I have worked with non-fiction. You know, many of you are in fiction where if the story has to be told beautifully, you do what it takes to tell a story beautifully, which means if you need to wiggle past a fact or change the way somebody's speaking, you do that. Now, when you're working with reporting what's on ground or what some real person said, Ita, how do you straddle the liberties that you need to take the best storyline approach? And how do you remain fidelous to the facts? Like, is there a little formula for that? How do you go about that? No.
Right. It's a continuous and ongoing process of how much is objective and how much is fiction. And I think one of the things I feel is the moment that we are telling comics, you're anyway agreeing to the fact that your hand is in it, your hand is present. So in a way, the moment I'm drawing, I know I'm agreeing to the fact that a lot of it is me drawing it out. So there is a quality of it being somewhere between fiction and non-fiction. So that does, at some level, it disturbs me a little bit. It also keeps me grounded to constantly asking what it is, who it is that I can take the story back to. So that's one of my methods is if it's Shaheen Bagh and there's 5 people that I've interviewed, then I often keep taking it back to people in the drawn. And that's something that I've seen other comics makers, so Joe Sacco, for instance,
Yeah.
or Arijit Sen, who's written
No, but they take 20 years to write books. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a different time scale. That's why. Okay,
Exactly.
we'll come back to this aspect. Is this fixed, this issue? Okay. There are conversations to be had about non-fiction with Mia, which I'll come to later in our thing. For now, to just take our introductions for, Mia Jose is probably of the lot of us the most recent entrant into this world, and I have to say that I have not seen in my own personal experience somebody with no training come in with this degree of technical accomplishment. It's really striking to me the maturity of Mia's work and the sprawl of it. Now, this person is a quick change artist. Essentially, from story to story, the palette is different, the style is different, the composition of the page is different. And I just want you to get a sense of the fact that this is all one person's work, okay? So this is the same person, again the same person, completely different, again different. So essentially, the stories have ranged in the first few examples between biofabrication से लेके blood diamonds से लेके seaweed being cultivated for food से लेके sexuality, relationship with body image, the sprawl is immense, and therefore I feel that somebody whose career is fairly new deserves to be over here because this is also where we are headed in the future. So oh my, luckily for us it gave us company until right now. So it's too bad you didn't. Okay, all right. So Mia, what I wanted to ask you about, and this is also one reason why Mia is here, is Mia is a lawyer by training who has given up law in order to be a comics practitioner. So I think one thing that unites everybody over here is that it is something bigger than ourselves, the need to do this. you know. So Mia, is there something that you'd like to talk to us about where you go forth? Because this work, non-fiction work, is something you have done, but your actual interest lies in fiction and horror and stories like that. So is there, how do you straddle the discrepancies between doing accomplished non-fiction comics and doing things which are of a totally different metal?
That's a very interesting question. I think I don't think I really classify the work that I want to do or even do right now as strictly fiction or strictly non-fiction. I think it kind of I want to straddle the line like to an extent, because like at least my personal work, other than the work that we have worked together at non-fiction, at comics, is largely telling of personal experiences to some extent, but using an outsider's perspective to kind of detach myself from it. So it doesn't like overtake and be a visceral project, and rather like I'm able to talk to everyone who's reading it and find a through line into their like experiences and say there's something universal here. There's something universal here that connects us as humans, as beings that exist in blood and bone and skin, which is also why I kind of get drawn to horror as a way to navigate those experiences, because it's what influenced me the most in my work. I think a lot of the comics and work I consumed was also like straddling non-fiction and a specific genre, be it fantasy or horror or science fiction. And I feel like those elements are important because those are the stories that really like grab you and get you inside. And through that, you find out some truths about our non-fictional world. And that's how I consider my work.
Fantastic. I'm going to now ask Abhijit to talk to us about this a little bit. When I started doing graphic novels, the largest question was, हाँ वो सब ठीक है, लेकिन करते क्या हो? You know, so basically you're doing graphic novels and comics and drawing and painting is great, but like what are you really doing? Like पैसा कहाँ से आ रहा है? Where's the money coming from? How are you living? And I think for all of us, it has been a bit of a unique journey. So I cannot and I refuse to talk to people's 13-year-old children who want to be comic book artists, because I have no reassuring or solid stories to tell them about where to go next, right? So it would be great if y'all can share some of your experience about what it has taken to just be, to survive, and to keep telling stories in different ways through your life.
I didn't get exactly.
मुझे पूछना था कि आपने, how did you make a career doing this? What were your early experiences like earning money while doing this? You have had some very unusual stories to tell about your first scouts and guides से जब शुरुआत की थी आपने.
एक छोटा सा सिंपल टैगलाइन मेरे जहन में बैठ गया, कीप योर माइंड, दिमाग की खिड़की खुली रखो, ऐसी खुली रखो कि ताज़ा हवा अंदर आए. हमारे यहाँ ये होता है कि जैसे मैं मुसलमान हूँ, इस्लाम इज़ द बेस्ट रिलीजियन, हिंदू हूँ तो जय श्री राम और जो भी बोलो, क्रिश्चियन है तो वो अपना जीसस की बात करेगा. तो ये सारे जो है एक फिक्स सांचे में ढल गए. अब उसमें से कैसे निकला जाए ये बड़ा मुश्किल काम है. तो जब कोई शख्स ये कहता है कि भाई इस्लाम इज़ द बेस्ट रिलीजियन, तो पहला सवाल मैं कहता हूँ कि हैव यू रेड अदर रिलीजियस बुक्स? सिंपल क्वेश्चन एंड नो आंसर. बट देन हाउ कैन यू से दिस इज द बेस्ट वन? यू कंपेयर इट, रीड इट, क्वेश्चन इट. यही बात मैंने ओशो, हमारे जो बड़े फिलोसोफर हुए, उनसे भी सीखी. उन्होंने एक बड़ा ऐसा ज़बरदस्त सवाल मेरे दिमाग में डाल दिया कि काफ़ी दिनों तक मैं सोचता रहा कि मैं इसको कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करूं. उनका जो जुमला जो था वो ये था कि मैं जो बातें करता हूं, चाहे मुसलमान होकर मैं इस्लाम की बातें करता हूं, तो क्या इस्लाम मैंने चूज किया है रिलीजियन? भाई ये 10 चॉइस है मेरे सामने, मैंने इस्लाम चूज किया, नाउ आई एम प्रीचिंग ऑन इस्लाम. तो उनका ये कहना था कि हम सब टोटल सिविलाइजेशन जो है वो उन पर धर्म थोपा गया है। बच्चा घर में पैदा हुआ हिंदू है तो हिंदू के संस्कार सारे डाले जाएंगे, इस्लाम मुस्लिम घर में पैदा हुआ है तो सारी इस्लाम की बातें, तो वो उसी में उसका बचपन पूरा ऐसा अंदर आ जाता है कि फिर उसमें से
अभिजीत जी, आपने ओशो की बात करी, देयर वाज समथिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग।
जैसा हम कमिंग टू दैट, तो ओशो का जो जुमला था कि भाई इस्लाम, अरे धर्म तुम पर थोपा गया है या तुमने चूज किया है, पहले ये तय करो। और नॉर्मली ये होता है कि बच्चों पर हम थोपते हैं। अब मेरे घर में 2 बच्चे थे, दोनों लड़के करीबन 5 या 7 साल के बीच के एज ग्रुप। ये ओशो का जुमला तब मेरे दिमाग में आया, दैट वाज द राइट टाइम टू यूज इट। तो मैंने दोनों बच्चे पर इस्लाम थोपा नहीं, मैंने सिर्फ, मेरी वाइफ जो थी वो तो पूरी बुर्के में थी तो उसको भी संभालना था और मुझे अपने नए विचार भी पेश करने थे कि बच्चा कहीं फंस न जाए थोपने से।
नहीं, मैं सवाल आपसे ये पूछ रही थी कि ओशो वाज अ फैन ऑफ डब्बू जी द कार्टून।
ओह,
And apparently, now this is the part you need to tell them, because Osho apparently in the middle of a proper discourse picked up a Dabbuji comic and had something to say. This is what you need to tell them. Yeah.
राइट। जब भी देखते थे ओशो के बड़ी बोरिंग सत्संग, बड़ा बोरिंग चल रहा है, तो उनका ये जुमला, दिस इज ऑल रिकॉर्डेड, उनके वीडियोस में रिकॉर्डेड है कि जब बोर होने लगे तो कहते थे देखते हैं इस हफ्ते डब्बू जी, जो कॉमिक स्ट्रिप थी, इस हफ्ते डब्बू जी क्या कहते हैं। तो वो अपनी सीट के नीचे से धर्मयुग का इश्यू निकालते थे और फिर सुनाते थे वो। अच्छा, इसमें ये होता था कि कई बार मैं 2 लेवल पर डब्बू जी के कॉमिक्स बनाता था। एक तो पेज बच्चों के पेज पर आता था, तो बच्चों के पेज पर जो है मुझे ख्याल रखना पड़ता था कि बच्चा भी एंजॉय करे, लेकिन साथ में कभी कभी ऐसा एंगल लगा देता था जो इंटेलेक्चुअल्स के लिए होता था। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ईद के त्योहार पर मुझे डब्बू जी के लिए कुछ बनाना था, तो मैंने बनाया कि डब्बू जी चिकन, मुर्गा हलाल करवा के लेके निकले मार्केट के अंदर से, चौराहे पर आए और चील ने झपट्टा मारा और मुर्गा लेकर वो छत पर बैठ गई और डब्बू जी डांस करने लगे चौराहे पर। तो लोग बड़े परेशान के भाई 1 किलो का मुर्गा गया इसका और ये डांस कर रहा है। ये यहां से उन्होंने डब्बू जी से पूछा, तो डब्बू जी ने कहा कि मुर्गे के पास जो है ना वो, अरे चील के पास मुर्गा है, लेकिन मुर्ग मुसल्लम की रेसिपी तो मेरे पास है, इसीलिए मैं डांस कर रहा हूं। अच्छा, अब सब हंसे और फिर ओशो ने दूसरा सवाल पूछा, अब ये बताओ कि कार्टूनिस्ट जिसने ये बनाया है वो क्या कहना चाहता है। किसी के पास कोई जवाब नहीं था, तो ओशो ने जवाब दिया, व्हाट आई वांटेड टू कन्वे। मेरा थॉट ये था कि स्लिप्ड,
It will come back.
मेरा थॉट जो था वो ये था कि ओशो ने कहा कि हम सब जितने भी लोग हैं संसार में धर्म के मुर्दे सीने से चिपकाए बैठे हैं, लेकिन धर्म की रेसिपी तो किसी संत के पास है।
It's fantastic. Do you have questions to ask them about their life or any kind of special aspect of? अगर आप
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि मुझे एज अ रीडर, एज अ नॉवेलिस्ट इस सेशन पर बात करनी है। जिस तरह से हमने ज़िंदगी गुजारी है भारत में और जिस तरह की राइटिंग हमने की है, हम जानते हैं कि उसके बीच में कभी कभी ऐसा मरहला आ जाता है कि आपको अपने सीनियर्स से डिसएग्री होना पड़ता है, और लिखने का जो काम है उसका ये एक हिस्सा है. पार्ट ऑफ योर राइटिंग इज अ जर्नी दैट यू टेक सर्टेन पोजिशंस विच कैन हर्ट और ऑफेंड योर सीनियर्स. मुझे लगता है कि ये जो पूरा सेशन है, आबिद साहब माफ कीजिए एंड अमृता, वो इंसाफ नहीं कर रहा है विद द कोर थीम दैट वाज गिवन टू अस. ग्राफिक नॉवेल्स इन इंडिया. When we say graphics novels in India, we don't mean graphic novels in English. First, क्या हमने डिस्कस किया, मुझे लगता है पैनलिस्ट का.
Can I immediately say one thing that is actually not true, because his work is in Malayalam, his work has been in Gujarati and Hindi.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling.
So the work.
आबिद साहब ने हिंदी में लिखा है, ठीक है, लेकिन हमने हिंदी के नॉवेल, उनके बाद का जो ग्राफिक नॉवेल हिंदी में आया है उसको कितना समझा. मलयालम में लिखा गया है, तो मलयालम भाषा का हिंदुस्तान की ग्राफिक्स नॉवेल में कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है? डिड वी डिस्कस दैट? अरिजीत सेन से लेकर जोसे तक का जो नॉवेल का सफर है पिछले 30 वर्षों का. हालांकि अरिजीत सेन ने खुद ये कहा है कि ग्राफिक नॉवेल इस वक्त जो है वो बचपन की स्थिति में, इट्स स्टेट ऑफ चाइल्डहुड. तो 30 साल के अंदर जो जर्नी शुरू हुई है फ्रॉम द स्टोरीज ऑफ रिवर से लेकर 1994 में जो आया है, उसके बाद अब कम से कम 30 साल होने आए हैं. 30 साल के अंदर भारत के अंदर जो ग्राफिक नॉवेल है, इसका मतलब भारत की सारी जबानों में वो कैसे प्रोग्रेस हुआ है. आई मीन डेफिनेटली अमृता जी का जो काम है उसका तो मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन हुआ है. उनके काम पर भी एक सेशन होता तो हम शायद आधा घंटा डिस्कस कर सकते हैं कि कारी से लेकर उनके आखिरी नॉवेल तक उनकी अपनी जर्नी कैसे रही है. आप अंदाजा लगाइए, मैं उनका इतना बड़ा फैन हूं कि मैंने उनका ऑटोग्राफ लाने के लिए उनकी किताब साथ में लाई है. लेकिन हमारा टॉपिक आज किसी इंडिविजुअल आदमी का कंट्रीब्यूशन ग्राफिक नॉवेल में नहीं है. हमें ये देखना था कि भारत का ग्राफिक नॉवेल कैसे यहां तक पहुंचा है. मुझे लगता है कि वो हमने डिस्कस नहीं किया.
रमन जी, मैं आपसे इस पर आई डिसएग्री विद दिस फॉर अ सिंपल रीजन दैट अनलेस यू अंडरस्टैंड द इंडिविजुअल जर्नीज, एंड इसमें हर एक की जर्नी किसी चीज से लॉक इन हो जाती है. जब ईता उनका काम ऑन लोकेशन शाहीन बाग के बारे में बात करती हैं, शी इज इनफैक्ट गोइंग टू इन एक्सटेंशन बी टॉकिंग अबाउट अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हुज वर्क कनेक्ट्स विद दीज काइंड ऑफ करंट सोशल रियलिटीज. जब ये बात करते हैं मलयालम में उनके बारे में, सो आई थिंक दैट इट इज अनफेयर. आई थिंक यू अलाउ द कॉन्वर्सेशन टू अनफोल्ड अ लिटिल बिट बिफोर दैट हैपेंस, एंड आई वेलकम एनी input you have about any kind of comics in the languages you have enjoyed. This would be great.
I agree with you. और चाहते हैं कि हम अब से बहुत ज़्यादा सुनना चाहते हैं डेफिनेटली, लेकिन मेरा अपना कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशन था जो मैंने सोचा कि इसी स्टेज पे रखूं, इससे पहले कि हम मजीद अपने अपने बारे में बातें करते रहें.
Acha, I'm sorry you feel that way, but anyway, okay. Ita, would you like to talk about what it's been like, and also about peers, about other people that you know who have been doing similar work? Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think with graphic novels, it is where there's people from literature, from animation, from film who are entering the field, and we are all actually experimenting in some ways. People have been making for 20 years, and many new people. So actually these collaborations and conversations are very important to thinking through what we are doing today. So it's a very important way to bring people together, to also right here we're growing the medium together. So in that spirit, I also wanted to talk about how I began making comics. It's with collaborations, with anthologies. I think you'd shown the image. There's this one book called Drawing the Line, which was bringing women together, women and queer people making comics for a 1-week residency, in which German artists who were, they've been illustrators for many years and they knew the medium very well. They sat with us, and together this group of about 15 of us who had never made comics, this is about 12 years or so ago, we sat together, we learned this form, and we also came together to make a book. So from making comics to also seeing through what a publication meant at that level of not just one strip but bringing a book together was a first. It was a very important way also to think of comics as a platform for a community to think together. We might have very different opinions, ways of engaging with feminism, but how do we collaborate? And that has been one of the important ways that comics, I feel, has grown in the country.
I think a lot of, as in extension to what you say, jaise ki this side, that side, which was about partition stories, where interesting collaborations happened with all kinds of artists and writers from across the country to do this. Long form has been done by a collective of Bengali men who have been pushing the boundaries with comics now for a while, and they've been trooping away at that. No, go ahead.
Even Bystander was very
Would you like to say something about Bystander? It was done by a collective known as Kadak, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. So I mean, I've recently been looking into Bystander also. It was an anthology that was done by Kadak Collective in collaboration with Sandbox, which are both NGOs which work in the cultural and literature spectrum medium. So Bystander was a special project because it brought together South Asian voices from across different countries in this context, in the continent. You mainly spearheading women, queer people, and like marginalized communities, and bringing their stories and about the experience of what it means to be a bystander and bear witness to all the events happening in South Asia at this point of time. So like collaborative works, I feel have gone a long way in pushing the mediums.
इसमें और एक बात है रहमान जो आपके इंटरेस्ट की होगी कि मेरे खुद की किताबें ये मुझे बिल्कुल इच्छा नहीं है कि वो सिर्फ इंग्लिश में रहे. आई हैव नो इंटरेस्ट. आई वुड लव फॉर देम टू कम आउट इन बंगाली, गुजराती, whatever. It is fundamentally now a graphic novel is not a comic because it is a multiple page, often color. It's an expensive production. So one of the biggest reasons why you do not see work go into regional languages or regional language work being of that degree, it is excruciatingly expensive to produce. तो मेरे खुद के काम में the way I've dealt with is Adi Parva and Sauptik were hardback books, but because I wanted it to at least got a bit more, Aranyaka had to be capping at 100 and whatever pages in paperback only. And that is an experience most people will share. And I think Joshi is one of the rare people whose work actually emerged in a vernacular language and managed to make its way across, mainly because of few champions of the medium. Yeah. Any other survival stories? Those are what I wanted to get at. क्योंकि इस प्रोफेशन में इतने कम लोगों ने इंडिविजुअल ग्राफिक नॉवेल्स इसलिए नहीं करी कि यहाँ पे आइडियाज़ की कमी है या स्टोरियों की कमी है. द फैक्ट इज दैट इट इज़ इम्पॉसिबल टू मेक अ लिविंग इन दिस country as a person doing nothing but this. So if there are any other experience of this, or Joshi, how did you do this? Clearly you've been doing a day job as an animator and doing some other stuff. What has the reception been like in the Malayalam speaking community to your work? How has it been like for you to survive and continue to make work? Because I know there is another graphic novel jiska naam is Koprache, which I have not even read because it is stuck in Malayalam.
ശരിക്കും ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവൽ ഞാൻ ചെയ്തത് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ആഗ്രഹ പൂർത്തീകരണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിൽ മാത്രമാണ്. അതൊരു ജീവിതമാർഗമായിട്ട് സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് എനിക്കിപ്പോഴും മനസ്സിലായിട്ടില്ല. അങ്ങനെ വരണം എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. കാരണം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇതുകൊണ്ടൊരു ജീവിതമാർഗം നമുക്കൊരു ഇത് ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു വരുമാനം കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ മാത്രമേ നമുക്കിത് വീണ്ടും ചെയ്യാൻ തോന്നുള്ളൂ. ഞാൻ ആനിമേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളാണ്. പ്രീ പ്രൊഡക്ഷൻ വർക്കുകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നു, സ്റ്റോറി ബോർഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അതൊക്കെയാണ് എൻ്റെ ജീവിതമാർഗം. അപ്പോൾ അതൊക്കെ ആ വർക്കുകളൊക്കെ ഇതിനെ സഹായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് സത്യമാണ്. ഇത് പിന്നീട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് അക്കാദമിയൊക്കെ ശരിക്കും ഇതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഈ ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവലിൻ്റെ എന്താ പറയുക ഒരു നല്ല കാലത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ടെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് നമ്മൾക്ക് വീണ്ടും ആശയങ്ങളുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വീണ്ടും ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവൽ ചെയ്യുമോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ എനിക്ക് ഉറപ്പ് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം അത് അതിൻ്റെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നമുക്കിതുകൊണ്ട് വേറെ വരുമാനം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് വേണം നമ്മുടെ ഈ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ആലോചിക്കാൻ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വശമുണ്ട് ഇതിന്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് മാറ്റം വരണം എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നത്. മലയാളത്തിൽ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് അത് കൂടുതലാണത്. അങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ സ്വന്തമാണ് ഞാനത് പ്രിന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോലും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് മലയാളത്തിൽ. ഒരു പബ്ലിഷറെ കിട്ടാൻ പോലും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ട്. മാറ്റം വരണം എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു.
So Joshi was saying that, yeah, like he kind of got into this whole field and creating comics as a purely personal passion project because there was never any indication that you could make a living off of this or actually get sales to happen or distribution to happen. It was completely a passion project, and that's what he went into it with. And he still doesn't feel, and he has made 2 graphic novels now, but he's still not confident about the fact that he'll be able to make more because the reception is still not enough to sustain on. So he's still doing freelance projects, animation, illustration, all those other things. That's what's sustaining him. And so graphic novels, even till now, is still a side project on the side. And like especially also in India and especially even Kerala, like comics are generally seen to be a kids and children's medium and is not given like a status of literature that a lot of like written works get otherwise. And that's kind of the other issues that he faced while trying to publish and distribute it as well. Because one of the main concerns when it comes to cost of publishing a graphic novel, especially if it's in color, is that every page has to be printed out in color, and that increases the production costs a huge amount, which is one of the main things he faced while trying to publish it. and he was saying without the support and like an active push by organizations like the Sahitya Academy, like these kind of art forms and these kind of mediums cannot survive for much longer, because obviously people want to be able to live off the work that they do. And if you're not able to make that basic livelihood, then it's not really encouraging for the artists themselves. And I'd also like to ask, just like to bring up something, because Joshi had talked to me about it beforehand, about how his first comic came to be. And after he had done it as a passion project over a year, he had kind of sat with it, taken it to a few distributors and publishers for conversations, which didn't really pan out to be much. Then the first Indie Comics Fest was happening in Kerala in Kochi, and they reached out to him and asked him to bring a few copies of the comic, which he then printed out himself, like just 2 to 3 copies, because he didn't expect much going in. And then he went for the fest, and there was a huge it was literally championed by the grassroots, by the readers themselves who loved his work and asked and pushed for it and got the buzz going, which is what finally ended up in HarperCollins publishing his work as well.
One more thing that comes up is, you take up stories that you want to tell with pictures and words. How much of it are you doing for yourself to tell a story that you believe in, and how much are you, because it has typically been seen as a mass medium, lowbrow, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of pumping up with words like graphic novels to raise it to being something more than that. Abid ji, what I wanted to ask you was कि आपके comics जब बहुत popular हो रहे थे, there was a whole wave actually that came afterwards. Whether it was, Chacha Chaudhary and Sabu, there were like so many other kind of comics that came about also. So how was the reception then? It seemed like there was a very thriving scene with Hindi comics being read at a certain point of time, but not the case in Gujarati. So it's almost like you had to switch from being a Gujarati writer to being a Hindi writer, just because culturally it would seem that Gujarat was less ready for the work that you were doing than Uttar Pradesh was, or other parts of the country were that's reading Hindi.
कैरेक्टर ऑफ डब्बू जी कॉमिक स्ट्रिप, जिनके बारे में ओशो ने काफ़ी कुछ वीडियोस भी वर्कआउट किए हैं, वो सबसे पहले मैंने गुजराती वीकली चेत मछंदर में शुरुआत की उसकी. दिस इज आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 50s. ये उसमें करीबन 2 इंस्टॉलमेंट छपे और नेगेटिव रिस्पॉन्स आना शुरू हो गया. नेगेटिव से मतलब ये कि क्यों पन्ना खराब कर रहे हैं आप, कुछ भजन छापिए उसमें, या कुछ देवी देवताओं की तस्वीर लगाइए, ये कमेंट इस तरह के रिलीजियस बेस्ड. और एडिटर ने मुझसे कहा कि देखो भैया 1 महीना हो गया, ये सारा ये रिजल्ट है. उसके मैंने कहा कि नया फीचर है, कम से कम इसको 3 महीने देने चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा मानना है. उसने कुछ कहा नहीं. फिर 1 महीना और चलाया और बम्बार्डिंग ऐसी हुई कि फीचर बंद करना पड़ा. इसके बाद में 60s में 50s के बाद में धर्मयुग में डॉक्टर भारती केम एज एन एडिटर, और उनका जो जज्बा जो था कि भाई इंडिया आज़ाद हो गया, इतने साल हो गए, आज भी हम टार्जन फैंटम ये सब छाप रहे हैं, क्या कोई हमारे पास ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई क्रिएट कर सके. बहादुर में भी यही हुआ था. यहाँ धर्मयुग में डॉक्टर भारती ने मुझे बुलाया. मुझसे बुलाने से पहले ही ट्राइड मेनी कार्टूनिस्ट इंक्लूडिंग मारियो मिरांडा. ही वॉज अ वेरी गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन. तो जो हश्र मेरे डब्बू जी का गुजराती में हुआ, वो उन सब का हुआ कि कोई 2 महीने चला, कोई 4 महीने चला और बंद होते गए. जब मुझे बुलाया गया, आई वॉज द लास्ट चॉइस. तो मेरे पास गुजराती के करीबन 6 महीने का कोटा मैंने बना के रखा था, जो जिसमें से 2 महीने का छप चुका था. इन सब की लिपि बदल दी. गुजराती में से मैंने उनको हिंदी में कर दिया,
और नाम भी बदल दिया डब्बू जी का.
वहाँ डब्बू जी जो था, और यहाँ वहाँ था नाम, वहाँ का जो नाम था वो अलग था. यहाँ डब्बू जी हमने किया. वहाँ था बटुक भाई, यानी बौने मियाँ, छोटे छोटे बच्चे को जैसे कहते हैं ना. और यहाँ हो गया डब्बू जी. अब 4 लाख कॉपी, 4 लाख से ज्यादा धर्मयुग की कॉपीज छपती थी, और ये इतना फैल गया इंडिया यानी नॉर्थ बेल्ट में, काउ बेल्ट जिसे कहते हैं, उसमें ऐसा घुस गया कि एक गांव में एक कॉपी जाती थी और वो सारा गांव पढ़ता था. दिस इज ऑल रिपोर्टेड. अब इसके फैन सर्कल में ओशो की बात हमने की. इसी तरह अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, वो भी पागल डब्बू जी के पीछे. एवरी वीक ही यूज्ड टू रीड इट. तो एक फंक्शन में हम लोग गए जहाँ मुझे भी इनविटेशन था, सारे यंगर जनरेशन का फंक्शन था. ये तब की बात है जब बीजेपी के पास 2 सीट थी, सिर्फ 2 सीटें थी. और जैसे ही अटल जी वहाँ एंटर हुए तो डॉक्टर भारती ने जो पहला जुमला कहा वो ये था कि आइए मैं आपका परिचय डब्बू जी से करवाता हूँ.
Fantastic.
यार डब्बू जी कितना अटल जी की लाइफ में उतरा हुआ था कि उन्होंने कोई और बात नहीं की.
ईता, नहीं एक मिनट, मेरे को ईता से कुछ सवाल पूछना था.
लेट मी.
ओके, या
तो ये और मैं डॉक्टर साहब के पीछे हम लोग सब गपशप लड़ा रहे थे, जितने भी गेस्ट आए हुए थे. तो मुझे इशारा किया तो मैं आगे गया तो धर्मवीर भारती ने उनसे कहा कि अटल जी, इस शख्स ने धर्मयुग को मुसलमान बना दिया है. ये इसलिए कि डब्बू जी लास्ट पेज पर छपता था और लोग उल्टा खोलते थे उसको. उस दौर में ये बहुत बड़ी बात थी कि कोई चीज यानी मुस्लिम उर्दू किताबें जैसे डेस्क से खुलती है, वैसे यानी ये इतना उसका इम्पैक्ट पड़ा अटल जी पर.
थैंक यू. अभी और एक चीज मुझे आपसे पूछनी थी जो कि टोटली स्विच है, बिकॉज वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम. आई वांटेड टू टॉक टू द यंगर practitioners over here that globally one of the movements has been of people reading visual textual things on apps, reading them online, reading them on web comics. ये एक अलग किस्म का पढ़ने का तरीका हो गया है और काफ़ी किस्म का काम उस पर आ रहा है. और इस मीडियम पे ट्रांसलेशन करना भी बहुत आसान हो जाता है बिकॉज यू आर नॉट गेटिंग इनटू द इशू ऑफ प्रिंट प्रोडक्शन एंड थिंग्स लाइक दैट. सो इन अ वे मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि जो डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन प्रोसेस ऑफ कॉमिक्स, द बिगेस्ट वे इट इज एक्चुअली गोइंग टू हैपन इज वाया इट्स वेब प्रेजेंस. And I wanted to ask Mia, who has been doing things like this, and Ita, I don't know if you've been reading in the medium, what has been your experience of this medium, of having web comics that are created by people who may not necessarily do book-length works, but who are able to contribute in those kind of ways? Is there a comment about that that you'd like to? You can take the mic from him. Or you...
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think I think like just the concept of web comics as such has democratized, like you said, the medium to a large extent. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of us first got introduced to that through like webtoons and comics you'd see on social media, Instagram, and all those people would just have like 10 panels and it'd be a short comic about something that's happening, something that's relevant, something that's in the news. And so like that kind of got the medium of art plus like image plus text out to a lot more people. And I feel like even in terms of the more established works that you would see which are published as comics and graphic novels in a hard form, being able to access that online, especially when you don't have a lot of those available around you, or not the ability to find a bookstore which has that, or the costs, like I said before, about printing and producing such comics, the medium of the digital, like of a digital platform itself allows for a lot, both for the reader and for the producer of comics. And yeah, it allows for you to also play with how long you want your comics and your statements and your stories to be, because it doesn't need to subscribe to a full book length. It doesn't need to follow the standards of like the page themselves and what sells or what publishes, because you can experiment. And you have a lot of people who do experiment with the medium with different topics and different stories and put it out there. And like that's kind of what birthed the comics app as well, I think, which we wanted to get non-fiction stories out to more people and get in different languages too. And yeah, like Amrita said before, that is a big plus point of having it all online, the fact that you can just change the text if it's written out on a computer, that you can change and put it in different languages, and that ends up being much easier than put it into production and in print and translating that as well.
So yeah, I think in a country like India, it's always going to be a mix and various mediums that work. So while I'm very interested in the online comics, using social media, there's so much on Instagram itself that I look at. So sanitary panels, for instance,
Yes.
bakery prasad, commenting very every day, and also that immediacy of being able to put things out the same day. So even with Shaheen Bagh, I began with posters that were, I used the online platform. That said, I'm very actually conventional about loving print. I love holding things in just that sense, but also I've noticed that with books, even with Shaheen Bagh, the way that some of the print circulation happens, its reach in India is still in places where digital will not reach. And there is, I mean, these terms we know very well, digital divide and all, but they're real. And so even the places I work in, when I carry a book in, that book goes, as Abhijit is saying, that book goes to hundreds in the same village. They'll share and pass on between activists, this network, that network, without actually having any network of reaching social media at all. There are so many of these places in the country, and they still operate, they still use print. So even when I've worked with, say, Teesta Setalwad, making with her organization Center for Justice and Peace, they make comics and posters which circulate with unions. So for example, taxi drivers unions, they print 80,000 copies of something. That's insane. I mean, amazing to imagine that something one makes is there's 80,000 copies of it and it circulates in taxi drivers unions. So I'm very pro things happening in different mediums, that the same thing can be digital and print is very much possible. And I think I love what print does in a country like India. So very pro.
Thank you so much. Are there, maybe we can take 2 questions from the audience about anything to do with this. If it can be a nice, concise question aimed at things that people on this panel can answer, it'll be great. Are there any questions from those who are... Hanji.
One general question, I just keep it to graphic novels in India. But as a medium, and is it possible that by rendering things through graphic novel, we are able to convey, if we want to extend the boundaries for non-narrative, I mean narrative non-fiction, is it possible for us to convey these messages and convey the essential story to an audience without perhaps disturbing certain parts that who could get disturbed otherwise if it was available in print form? So are we able to use that in a more subtle fashion? And what is your experience about that, any of you, please? That's the only question. I had a couple more, but I won't ask. Thank you.
I think that if anything, it is a medium that blows open 10 doors and windows into a space. So I think it makes explicit in ways. So I have a feeling, in fact, people that are trying to gingerfoot, this is probably not the medium for them, because even a person who's tired to read 20 paragraphs can hold forth on an image that he can quickly look at and create a judgment on. So I'm not sure, but I do feel that it makes stories available to a totally different sensory perception. Like, I know that personally there are people that engage with my text, and there are sometimes an entirely different lot of people that engage with my visuals. Like, there are different relationships and ways that stories come across, I feel. Yes.
Yeah. So I understand a little bit of what your question is from the experience of making a political book that was not meant for children and young people at all, but landed up in the audience age group of 12, 13, 14, quite a bit. And I've had a reception of people calling me from libraries saying, or even schools saying, oh, we've given it to the children to read. And then children asking me questions about, the CAA, about Muslim rights in India, about feminist protests, which I'm hesitant to say that if the book was in print and in just literature, if this would be given out as liberally to
Only
that
the
young
librarian would have
audience.
read it, probably.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
so sometimes it enters spaces which it wouldn't otherwise. So that's not and then it's as hard hitting as Amrita is saying.
No, but there is also what we all now know is that graphic novels are the biggest growing genre of literature. I mean largest. So, there is something going on there. Our cognition has shifted. Is there any other question? There's one right at the back.
हेलो एवरीवन, मुझे बस ये जानना था कि ग्राफिक नावल तैयार करते हुए स्टोरी लाइन और जो स्केचिंग है, इसमें आप लोग कैसे तालमेल बैठाते हैं? यदि मान लीजिए स्टोरी कोई और लिख रहा हो और स्केच आप कर रहे हों, तब क्या कोई परेशानी आती है? या स्टोरी लाइन भी आपकी होती है और स्केचिंग भी आपकी होती है? किस में मतलब कौन कौन से हर्डल्स होते हैं? बस मुझे यही जानना है.
इसका जवाब तो सब लोग दे सकते हैं. So I'll go one by one. Would you like to start or you don't have a mic? Maybe Abid ji can start. Yeah.
मैं एज ए राइटर एज वेल एज इलस्ट्रेटर मैं दोनों करता हूँ, और दोनों में ये बड़ा हेल्पफुल होता है कि मीडियम को, राइटिंग स्क्रिप्ट मीडियम को समझ ले. अगर समझ के किया गया है तो उसका रिजल्ट माइंड ब्लोइंग आता है. जैसे मैं अपने आर्टिस्ट मेरे साथ जो काम करते हैं उनको मैं गाइडलाइन देता हूँ कि देखो मुझे यहाँ क्लोजअप चाहिए, यहाँ लॉन्ग शॉट चाहिए. ये सारे ट्रेन किए हुए आर्टिस्ट, एंड दे बिकेम मास्टर स्टोरी टेलर्स. तो सवाल ये है कि आप कन्वे कर रहे हो कन्विंसिंग वे में है या नहीं है.
Thank you. Joshi?
ഞാൻ ആദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കഥയെപ്പറ്റി മാത്രമാണ് ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു ആശയം നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിലുണ്ടാവും, അത് ഒരു ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവലായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നു. പിന്നീട് ആ കഥ എഴുതുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അപ്പം ആദ്യം നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ വരയ്ക്കുക എന്നുള്ള സംഗതിയെ പറ്റി ആലോചിക്കുന്നേ ഇല്ല. എങ്ങനെ വരയ്ക്കും, ഇതൊരു ഗ്രാഫിക് നോവലായിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് പോലും നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു ചെറുകഥ എഴുതുന്ന എങ്ങനെയാണോ, അപ്പോൾ ഓരോ വാചകങ്ങളുടെ ഘടന, അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ, ഓരോ വാക്കുകൾ അതിലെങ്ങനെ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റും, അതിലെ ലാംഗ്വേജിനെ പറ്റിയൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്ന ആ സമയത്ത്. ഒരു കഥ പൂർത്തിയായി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ആ കഥയുടെ എല്ലാ തിരുത്തലുകളും വരുത്തി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പിന്നീട് അത് വരയ്ക്കാമെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്നു. വരയ്ക്കുന്നത് ഞാൻ ചെയ്തത് ആദ്യം എല്ലാ പേജുകളും റഫായിട്ട് പ്ലാനിങ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി അവസാനത്തെ പേജ് വരെ. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി ഇത്രയും പേജുകളാണ് ഉള്ളതെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി. അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ഒരു തീരുമാനമായി. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ ഫൈനൽ രൂപം വരയ്ക്കുക ചെയ്തത്. ഓരോ പാനലായിട്ട് പേപ്പറിൽ വരച്ചിട്ട് വാട്ടർ കളർ ചെയ്ത് പിന്നെ ഫോട്ടോഷോപ്പ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് സ്കാൻ ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തു.
Joshi was saying that like he approached it always from the perspective of the story, and the story is what is most important to the comic and the graphic novel. So he would script out and like play out the full story like a short story rather than in a dialogue or comic format. And after that, he would get into, once the story was finessed and finalized, he would get into the sketches and what color palettes to use, how to go about laying the storyboard. And like, yeah, so it was very much a systematic process which began from the foundation, which is the story itself.
Mia, personally, I'd like you to talk about what it's like to illustrate somebody else's text, because that is something we have not talked about. And although Mia is entirely capable of writing her own stories, it is a very unique thing to take the work, especially in the case of Mia. The writers are often subject specialists. They are people who are used to having the last word, right? And here you have some artist from somewhere saying, this is not working, this is boring, this is not lucid enough. Could you tell us more about what that's like?
Yeah, I can actually go back a little bit further because my first experience working with comics was also based on someone else's script. Like the first time I took this project on myself was when someone came to me with a script for a very pure detective murder mystery kind of script, which I kind of figured out how to make a comic out of that. But after that, when working with Amrita at Comics, I would get a lot of scripts from subject specialists about particular subjects like the diamond, like the whole issue of blood diamonds, about language, all these things. And then it was an extra task for me to go and first understand what they're talking about and where they're coming from, what the subject matter exactly is. And with that basic understanding, then I'm able to negotiate with the script itself and try to figure out how I can best bring this to life through the images and maybe give notes back as well. But yeah, I would agree that the story and the issue at the center of it is the most fundamental to any graphic form also, because to be able to illustrate it in images, you need to know where it's coming from, where the story is coming from.
पता है और एक चीज़ है कि जो लोग ये काम करते हैं ना, वो भूल जाते हैं अपने काम में क्या स्पेशल है. one of the very unique things about illustrating a story and bringing it to life in visuals is that लोग समझते हैं कि कॉमिक्स डम मीडियम है, बच्चों का मीडियम है. मेरा कहना है इसमें डबल लिटरेसी की जरूरत है, सिंगल लिटरेसी नहीं. Because you have to learn to read text and you've also got to learn visuals and how to read visuals. And what somebody like a Mia or a Ita or a Joshi or Abid are doing is actually art directing a space. So ना ही आप बस स्क्रिप्ट लिख रहे हो, इस टाइप का स्टेज है जो कि आपका पन्ना है और आप कोरियोग्राफी कर रहे हो कि यहाँ क्या होगा, कितनी देर रुकेंगे, कितनी टाइम लाइमलाइट में आएंगे, कितना बड़ा अपना फॉर्म बनाएंगे. So it is a very, very wonderfully, you need to really have a split brain working. Because you're working with time, you're working with space, you're working with color schemes, जिससे कि मूड बदलता है. तो it's a very ऐसे देवी के बहुत सारे हाथ होते हैं ना. I think there's that kind of a texture with art direction. I think we are at the end of our panel. So I would like to thank you all for being here in a big city in the morning. It's kind of you to be here. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you to all my panelists. And I hope the festival is a good one.
Thanks, everyone.
On behalf of Sahitya Academy, I'd like to thank the chairperson and the panelists for being with us today, and we'd like to thank you all. We'd just like to tell you that our next session will begin at 12. And we have your kits. Please do not leave without taking them. 2024 के दूसरे सत्र में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। इस सत्र का विषय है मेरे लिए साहित्य का अर्थ। What does literature mean to me? Are you going to participate in this session? Excuse me? Excuse me? Please take your seats. We are starting the session. इस सत्र की इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं श्री ध्रुव ज्योति बोरा। हमारे वक्ता हैं ज्योति प्रसाद सैकिया जी, कोरल दास गुप्ता, मृत्युंजय सिंह, O.L. नागभूषण स्वामी, मेलवेल एस पिंटो, सी अशोकन, पॉल जकारिया और विजय नंदा सिंह। I request the chair and the speakers to kindly come on stage. A few words about the Honorable Chair and speakers. Shri Dhruva Jyoti Bora is an eminent Assamese fiction writer, historian, essayist, painter and artist. Some of his noted publications are Katha Ratnakar, Tejor, Andhar, Arth, Loha, Kalantar, Gadya. His columns have regularly been appearing in leading dailies. His works have been extensively translated into other Indian languages. He is a recipient of the Ambika Giri Roy Chaudhary Award, Sahitya Akademi Award, among others. Presently, he is the principal of Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed Medical College, Barpeta. Jyoti Prasad Saikia is the Vice Chancellor of Biragana Sati Sadhini Rajyik Vishwavidyalaya, Assam. He is a prolific bilingual writer and has enriched Assamese literature with its short stories, novels, poetry, scripts of TV serials, plays, lyrics, and columns. He has 400 short stories, 15 novels, 190 poems, 220 lyrics, 52 plays, 162 scripts for TV to his credit, and has penned down more than 1,000 articles for newspapers and journals. Apart from this, he has contributed more than 60 books on sociology and gender studies. Koral Das Gupta has published an eclectic range of books from academic non-fiction to relationship dramas. Her books are discussed from the context of gender studies, art, myth, and eco-critical literature. Other than India, Koral's books are shelved in the libraries of the University of Harvard, Columbia University, University of Chicago, and many others. Her fourth book, Summer Holidays, has been optioned for screen adaptation. She is currently working with Pan Macmillan on 5-book Sati series, a retelling of the stories of the Panchakanya from Indian mythology. मृत्युंजय सिंह बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के धनी सांस्कृतिक व्यक्तित्व हैं। आपकी नवीनतम रचनाओं में एक उपन्यास गंगा रतन विदेशी और एक लंबी कविता द्रौपदी के अलावा 2 कविता संग्रह हैं। हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में कालिदास के मेघदूत का अनुवाद और बांग्ला और हिंदी फिल्मों जैसे ऋतुपर्णा घोष की चोखेर बाली, भावना तलवार की धर्म, सुमन मुखोपाध्याय की चतुरंग और नज़रबंद आदि के लिए गीत लिखे हैं। आप ICCR नई दिल्ली के एक प्रशंसित और मान्यता प्राप्त भोजपुरी लोक गायक भी हैं। आपको क्षेत्रीय भाषा के सर्वश्रेष्ठ गीत के लिए कलाकार पुरस्कार प्राप्त है। O.L. Nagabhushana Swami is an eminent Kannada writer and translator. He has over 20 original works to his credit and has also 22 books of translation into Kannada and 9 into English. He is recipient of Sahitya Akademi Translation Prize, Karnataka Rajyotsava Award, Karnataka Sahitya Akademi Prize for Criticism, Karnataka Sahitya Akademi Prize for Translation, and Karnataka Sahitya Akademi Lifetime Achievement Award. Melvin S. Pinto. Melvin S. Pinto is teaching as an assistant professor at St. Aloysius College, Mangalore, in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication. He has written over 120 short stories, over 150 poems and articles in Konkani, some of which are translated to Kannada. कनाडा में स्तंभ लेखक की एक पुस्तक के अलावा आपकी कोंकणी में 2 पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं, एक कहानी संग्रह और एक कविता संग्रह। आप कोंकणी की द्वैवार्षिक शोध पत्रिका अमर कोंकणी के लेखक भी हैं। सी अशोकन शोधकर्ता और लेखक हैं। आपकी साहित्य और कला पर मलयालम में 5 पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं। इसके अलावा आपने साहित्य, कला, सांस्कृतिक अध्ययन, सौंदर्य शास्त्र और दर्शन पर 300 से अधिक पुस्तकों की प्रतिलिपि का संपादन और प्रकाशन किया है। His essays on aesthetics, art and literature in Malayalam and English have been published in leading journals and magazines. He has worked as editor of the journal Vijana Nakarali in the State Institute of Languages. Paul Zakaria. Paul Zakaria writes in Malayalam under the pen name Zakaria and has published over 50 works of fiction and non-fiction, including short stories, novels, travelogues, film scripts, collections of essays, columns and children's books. आपको साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार और केरल साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार मिले हैं। नवंबर 2013 में आपको केरल साहित्य अकादमी का प्रतिष्ठित फेलो के रूप में भी चयन किया गया है। Vijayananda Singh. Vijayananda Singh is an eminent essayist, scholar, fiction writer and editor. He has been writing since the last 4 decades. He has more than 60 publications to his credit. आप प्रसिद्ध उड़िया साहित्यिक पत्रिका कोणार्क और ईशाना के संपादकीय मंडल के साथ सक्रिय रूप से संबद्ध रखते हैं। आप KISS डीम्ड टू बी यूनिवर्सिटी भुवनेश्वर में गोपबंधु दास रिसर्च चेयर प्रोफेसर के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। आप उड़ीसा साहित्य अकादमी के सचिव, साहित्य अकादमी के उड़िया परामर्श मंडल के संयोजक और उत्कल साहित्य समाज कटक उड़ीसा के अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं। I now request the chairperson, Shri Dhruva Jyoti Bora, to kindly take over the proceedings of this session. आपकी जैसी मर्जी, आप यहाँ से भी बोल सकते हैं।
A very good afternoon to you all the eminent panelists who are assembled in this stage. I think there could not have been a better selection from all over India than the panelists we have today with us. And our valued and honored spectators who have come to hear this session. Frankly speaking, I don't know what to speak and how to start this particular session. See, when we say what literature means, we can say it in general terms, what literature should mean to the person, the writer, and to the general society. But here the defining word is me. What literature means to me, that means to me only, to each of our panelists. What literature means to them and to them only. This is very important because literature may mean many different things to different people. And here, I have a feeling that what literature means to me is very intensely personal. intensely personal that it is something that I share only with myself. It is for me, again, two things. As general, what literature means to me, literature in general. And as a practitioner, as a writer, what writing means to me, my writing. That is important aspect, again, of this discussion. What my writing means to me and what it should mean. Here also, each of us, writers, we share a certain viewpoints. We have our own worldviews. We have our views about the society, about politics, about the people. And these are being reflected in our writings. So literature, and also my literature, the one that I write and practice, means for me like my breath, like my very existence, like the blood that flows through my veins. I feel it that personally and that intensely, and I'm sure that all of you, writers at least, feel it in the same way. So literature for me is not only a means of self-expression, but also is a means, a way of attaining things which I desire that these things should come to the society, that it should be able to stimulate the society, it should be able to stimulate a person to newer thinkings, newer ideas, and all those. So with these words, which are very personal in nature, I am not from the academics, so I won't be able to tell you what literature should mean as a whole. What I am able to express is what it means to me. It means to me like my existence. So we have amongst our panelists some very eminent writers, thinkers, critics, essayists. So we will be hearing them, what literature means to them, and from the totality of this discourse, we will come possibly to certain areas of agreement, which all of us will be able to share. With these words, I declare this session open, and we'll start with the first speaker. I think this is done in alphabetical way. We will go by this. So I'll request Jyoti Prasad Saikia to speak first.
Since we have limited time and we have a lot of speakers, I'd request everybody to stay within time limit. Thank you.
So 7 minutes? 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Dhurvajyoti Bora, noted literator, distinguished my co-speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. I consider it privilege to stand before you and present my thought on literature. No doubt, as Chairperson said, the subject is interesting and it has great contemporary relevance for a writer. But questions of what makes something literacy is an enduring one, and I don't think that it is easy to say what exactly literature means. Friends, being a creative writer, I personally believe that there is no any single definitions of literature that is universally agreed upon by the scholars as it a subjects of ongoing debate and interpretation. However, for me, the literature is typically understood as a body of written or the oral works that possess artistic and intellectual value. It encompasses various forms of creative expressions. Friends, I think literature means something that is written for refreshing and inspiring the mind. It records the thoughts and feelings of great minds. It attracts in the two way, through its matters and through its manner. The matter must be such that those who read it are interested in some way, and the manner must be such as will be pleasing to the readers and adds to his funds of knowledge. Friends, naturally, if we have the power of language to express the feelings, we are all well on the way to creating the literature. In other words, the subject matter of literature is society in some form or others. The poet, you see, that express his feelings, and we who read his poetry are interested and feel at one with him and ourselves. After all, society is this bond of the fellowship between individual and individual through communication that the poet or writer seeks. Friends, I was not a formal student of literature. During college and during school, university period, I was not a student of literature, but I have been associating to literary activities since school days. I have written a short story, novel, dramas, poet, lyrics in Assamese, and a little bit in English. When I started this writing during my schooling period, I never thought why I wrote. And that is the most important for me, that I have written the things only because of to express my feelings. I get out the experience from my surroundings. So therefore, from my experience, I convincingly wish to say that the literature has two rules: an active, engaging rule, and a passive reflective rule. Friends, the active rule, that represents the very actions of reading. And this rule is a significant part of an individual enhancement or the developments. From reading, an individuals form ideas and the concept about the world in which they live. These ideas and the concept forms together into an ideology of sort. From this ideology stems individual motivations, actions, engagements. For example, I can give one example. The ones the decisions to become a social activist may stem from a reading of the Karl Marx and his discussions of the alienated workers. And second rule of the literature is distinguishable from the first, in that it is a thing observed rather than it is a things done. I feel that reflective rule of the literature is to show to society history of ideologies of the thoughts and of action. And it reveals what people thought during a particular time and how they thought about it. Friends, it allows the individuals to understand how a society, how a group functions, and why it functions that way. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, literature expresses social sympathies naturally, and it is bound to exercise some positive influence of our mind and attitude. Society reacts to the literature in a living way. An inspiring poem or a short story creates general influence on society. And I believe that it rouses our feelings and enthusiasm for welfare. Friends, I have written many short stories on the plight of women and womanhood. I noticed the critics and the readers somehow mentions that essence of my short story change the directions of the human mind towards the woman. And we all know that literature creates literature, it described as a mirror of issues in the society. But quality and the nature of the reflections depend upon the writer's attitudes of mind, whether he is progressive in his outlooks or reactionary. I always consider myself as a very progressive writer. I generally try to show how all ideas act a restraints on the natural freedom of the human mind. The freedom of the human mind must be reflected in literature, according to me. Friends, I believe that literature should like to hear about their fellow men that live in society. I always used to admire the social functions of the literature. Social functions of the literature takes on many forms, and literature helps people to transfer individual conscience to the collective conscience. It's most important. When I started my writing, I always thought that if we are not to transform our individual conscience to the collective conscience, if we are not to contribute to make the conformity among the individuals in a particular way, through my issue that the means, through my the literature, whatever it is, it may be short story, it may be poem, it may be issue that the lyrics. If I am not to issue that the people issue that real cognitions in the right way, not to issue that inspire or motivate the society to be socialized in the proper way, then my literature will be collapsed in near future. That is why when I started to think about the literature, whatever it is, I always see that consider myself as a social activist, that I have a responsible for my society, I have a responsible for my readers, that readers will come forward to issue the thing about the conformity of the society, and they will make a society where people will issue that they live without any contraventions. Nothing to say, just I am expressing my issue that thought, and this is my issue that understanding about issue that literature, what I have done in my past. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti Prasad Saikia. You have put your convictions in real terms, in real strong words, and you have been very clear about the direction you want your literature to follow, and that clearly indicates what actually literature means to you. So we go to the next speaker, Koral Dasgupta from English department. So Koral, we want to hear from you what it means to you.
Namaste to all of you. Thank you, sir, for giving me this platform and introducing the session so beautifully. Thank you, ma'am, for introducing all of us personally one by one. And thank you to the audience for being here this afternoon. I'm working on Sati series, which is a retelling of Panchkanya from Indian mythology. And what literature means to me, I have been working on different genres, multi-genres before that. And since the time I started working on these Panchkanya, which is Ahalya, Kunti, Draupadi, Mandodari, Tara. And there are alternate texts which say that Sita is also included. And in my Panchkanya series, Sita has a very strong presence in both Mandodari and Tara, though not a separate book in itself. My perception of literature has changed immensely since the time I started writing Sati series, because of many things which I am coming to one after the other. Firstly, and my way of approaching literature when I'm writing, when I'm reading, I am ready to consume it all, whatever is the story and whichever angle it is coming from. When I'm writing, for me, my literary journey is more like meditation. Probably it is such for all of us, where we sink into our subconscious and try to hear voices which don't come to us otherwise when we are in the middle of the entire chaos of life. So my writing time usually is very early in the morning. I'm an early riser, and that is the time when nobody needs me. There's no phone calls, there's no house help, no husband, no child, seeking my time So that is the time when I'm totally left alone to be by myself, and I can sink into the inner world that I have inside me, of which sometimes I don't know what exists inside. Thank you. Often I don't know what exists inside, and after I have written, I sometimes wonder that where did this come from? I didn't know that I think like that. So there's a lot of surprises and shocks that I give myself in my way of writing. And that is not to just praise myself, sometimes admonish myself that ye iski kya zarurat thi. I could have just kept it to myself, but it has already gone out. As I started writing Sati series, and as I say that it is more meditative, that I am approaching literature, hearing voices, and the writing is coming out. I have never done planned writing. I never do character analysis before writing. That just doesn't happen to me. So as I started writing, and as the first book released, Ahalya, I realized that what I am writing is philosophical literature. It is not religious literature. Just because of the presence of devas and devis, we often call it Hindu literature or religious literature, which is great, nothing against it. But what I am trying to say is, Ramayana, Mahabharata, our ancient texts are more of philosophical literature. They are not commercial fiction. We have often, for a long period of time, treated them as commercial fiction, and that is when the stories come to you in a very regressive format, where you start questioning a lot of things, and we women do it even more. Now, what happens when you treat these stories as commercial fiction is very, very self-doubting. When I look at the stories as philosophical literature, I understand each character, each event, each occasion in the spread of the Ramayana and Mahabharata has something metaphorical to it, has something much more deeper to it than what appears in the framework. And when I consume them as philosophy, they also tell me a lot about human truth. Because these stories, these texts were conceived by great philosophers and sages who were trying to tell us certain truth about life. They were not thinking that who will be the future audience. They were not thinking in future whether these texts will be read by a Hindu or a Muslim. In future whether these texts will be read by a man or a woman. In future whether they will be read by a Brahmin or a Dalit. They were just telling certain truths which appear, which exist, and which impact every kind of life, whosoever be it. So that also brings me to the point that when we look at a woman's story, it is not necessarily some problem that appears in a woman's life only. The same problem might occur in a man's life as well. I often talk about this particular example of Sita's Lakshman Rekha, the line that was drawn around Sita by Lakshman and told that don't cross it, because if you cross, the Lakshman Rekha will break and it will not be able to protect you from the impending danger. Historians often ask me that where did you get it from? Valmiki's Ramayana doesn't mention it. True. I'm talking about popular literature, the way it is consumed. As much as you say that Valmiki Ramayana doesn't mention it, Lakshman Rekha will remain in the society as a popular narrative. Now what? Better to understand the meaning of it and communicate the story from that perspective instead of arguing with my readers and my consumers that what you are thinking is wrong. Who am I to say that? There are feminists who say that Lakshman Rekha, the idea was conceived to put a boundary around women's movement. Tell me who is not impacted by a Lakshman Rekha? The idea of Lakshman Rekha is anybody, everybody should know their boundaries. If you don't know your boundaries and you cross them casually, there's danger outside. When you know your Lakshman Rekha, you operate accordingly, and sometimes you cross the boundaries knowingly because crossing that boundary has a cause related to it where you find that you want to dedicate yourself to it, and your self-protection or conservation is less important than that cause, and so you cross it, the way Sita did. So as I say that when I look at the stories from a philosophical narrative, the narrative flows in a different context compared to the way we have consumed the stories till now. As a woman, I have questioned, in my childhood, in my summer holidays, winter holidays, I would read the stories of Ramayana and Mahabharata again and again, and I mainly read the translations and different versions of those. And I questioned again and again that what are they trying to say? What is this entire thing? There are many points where you feel absolutely, the stories had been absolutely unfair and you are uncomfortable. And the story of a civilization which has been so ancient, and it is called our ancient wisdom, if it is making you uncomfortable, there is something that you are not understanding. And that is where it came to me as I grew up as an adult. It was a spark of a thought that the word Panchkanya. Panchkanya has been translated in English as, am I out of time? 1 minute? I'll finish it. Panchkanya, when translated, it becomes 5 virgins. And what came to me was, how can you call, you may not know enough about Mandodari and Tara, but you know enough about Ahalya, Draupadi, Kunti. How can you call them virgins? What came to me was women's body, which has been the source of politics, different kinds of politics for era. And I come from Kolkata, Bengal, where sati is a very political word. Mythology is not talking about women's body when it is talking about purity. In today's context, if I have to explain it, it is about there are thousands of people around us on social media, real media in general, on the ground, who are talking a 1,000 things about how we should be, how we should conduct ourselves, what is the right way of doing things. And we constantly mold ourselves from those viewpoints. Often I have heard people saying kindness doesn't work any longer. You should not be kind, you should be rude. That works in the world today. Purity is simply saying that if you believe in certain goodness, don't get touched by the crap that people are throwing at you. Rather, stay pure, don't get touched. And that is the touch. It appears for men, women, everybody.
Thank you, Coral. You have told us very beautifully about your own work, own writings, own feelings, and also the, I won't say trouble, but the hardship you have to go, intellectual hardship you have to go to be able to formulate this. Thank you. It has been a very nice talk. So we go to the next speaker, Mrityunjay Singh from Hindi.
नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून। साहित्य अकादमी को धन्यवाद देते हुए और हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय को धन्यवाद देते हुए that they have given me this opportunity to share my some of the very cryptic kind of a thought with all you all. साहित्य की जब हम बात करते हैं और मेरे लिए साहित्य का अर्थ and what literature means to me, मेरे लिए लिटरेचर और साहित्य दोनों के अर्थ अलग हो जाते हैं. लिटरेचर बेसिकली इज अ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ वर्ड्स विच गिव्स यू प्लेजर. एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए मानते हैं वेस्टर्न जो लोग कहते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ तो साहित्य को हितेन स इति षष्टिमुख तस्याभाव साहित्यम, जहाँ साहित्य का मूल तत्व ही सबके हित का साधन है. मतलब अंतःक्रिया है, संबंध है, मतलब सामाजिक अंतःक्रिया है, सामाजिक संबंध हैं और सामाजिक सरोकार हैं. ये तीनों यदि नहीं हैं तो हमारा साहित्य रचने का कोई अर्थ ही नहीं बचता हमारे लिए, चाहे वह जैसा भी साहित्य हो. तो मैं जब साहित्य रचता हूँ, और जो कुछ भी रचा है मैंने, ऐसा नहीं कि मैंने कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा रचा है, बहुत ही थोड़ी बहुत चीज़ें मैंने रची हैं. एक उपन्यास है जो भोजपुरी में है, हिंदी में उसका अनुवाद है, और एक खंड काव्य है द्रौपदी जो परिचय में इन्होंने कहा. कोरल बोल चुकी हैं, पंचकन्या पर वो लिख चुकी हैं. मैंने केवल द्रौपदी के प्रसंग को, द्रौपदी को नारी, आज की नारी के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में खड़ा करके, और उन्हीं प्रसंगों की वो सारी घटनाएं आज भी हो रही हैं. आप जरा सोच के देखें कि किसी भी महाभारत के किसी भी प्रति में in any copy of the Mahabharata, the context of Draupadi laughing at Duryodhan when he falls down in the water and she says, कहा जाता है कि अंधे का पुत्र तो अंधा ही होगा, ये प्रसंग कहीं नहीं वर्णित है। लेकिन लोक में, लोकमानस में ये कथा कहाँ से आई? द्रौपदी का दुशासन के गर्म लोहू में चुपड़, दिनकर कहते हैं, कर चुकी जब आदमी के गर्म लोहू में चुपड़ कर चुकी जब रक्त वेणी केश की, केश जो 13 वर्ष से थे खुले। ऐसा कोई संदर्भ महाभारत में नहीं है। लेकिन ये लोकमानस है, बल्कि ये पल्लव काल के भट्ट नारायण एक हुआ करते थे साहित्य के नाटककार। उन्होंने अपने नाटक वेणी संहार में, आज़ादी होती है नाटककार को, साहित्यकार को कुछ रचने की अपनी कल्पना से, उन्होंने बनाया और लोकमानस को पसंद आ गया। लोकमानस में बात चली गई। अब हमने उसी को लेकर वी वीव्ड अराउंड अ काइंड ऑफ अ वर्ल्ड ऑफ द एलिगेशंस एंड एक्यूजिशंस अगेंस्ट द द्रौपदी। इनको मैंने क्लियर करने की कोशिश की है और कहने की कोशिश की है अपने कि हाउ अनकाइंड और हाउ unapathetic is this if a literature becomes bereft of empathy and bereft of compassion, then where does it come from? आज गाजा की बात हम करते हैं या इजराइल की बात करते हैं, कोई गाजा की तरफदारी कर रहा है, कोई इजराइल की तरफदारी कर रहा है। मेरा प्रश्न हमेशा मेरे दिमाग में लेखक के रूप में आता है, साहित्यकार के रूप में, हम किसके पक्ष में हैं? इसकी हिंसा के या उसकी हिंसा के, या हिंसा के पक्ष में है या हिंसा के विपक्ष में है? मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि मैं हिंसा के पक्ष में नहीं हूं। या तो मैं हिंसा के पक्ष में हूं या मैं नहीं हूं। हिंसा यह कर रहा है, वह कर रहा है, और इसकी हिंसा उससे ज़्यादा बेहतर है कि उसकी हिंसा उससे ज़्यादा बेहतर है, इसको रैशनलाइज करने में और रिकॉन्साइल करने में मैं साहित्यकार के रूप में अपना समय व्यर्थ करना नहीं चाहूँगा। मेरे लिए साफ शब्द एक ही है, अगर कोई भी हिंसात्मक होता है तो गलत है। तो मेरे लिए साहित्य का अर्थ यही है कि यदि जो कुछ भी मैं रचता हूँ और जो रचा, अब विभिन्न वर्गों में बांट सकते हैं। जैसे मैं कविता भी लिखता हूँ, मैं कभी छोटी कविता लिखता हूँ, बड़ी कविता लिखता हूँ, लेख लिखता हूँ या उपन्यास लिखता हूँ। तो जब हम बातें करते हैं तो उसमें अपनी सामाजिक अंतःक्रिया से हमारी इमेजिनेशन कहाँ से आती है? फ्रॉम द लिम्बिक सिस्टम ऑफ आर्स, विच इज द एंशिएंट सीट ऑफ अवेयरनेस, फ्रॉम वेयर वी कनेक्ट, एंड दैट लिम्बिक सिस्टम स्प्रिंग्स अप द इंस्पिरेशन एंड आइडियाज इवन फॉर द फिल्म मेकर्स, द विजुअल्स। कि यहाँ पर एक कविता की लाइन या एक कविता को सुन के या लाइन को सुन के एक फिल्म मेकर विजुअल्स देखता है और उस तरह से उसको कहता है हम ऐसे इसको सजाएंगे। इसकी उसकी सीट ऑफ अवेयरनेस से वो आती है। मैं उस सीट ऑफ अवेयरनेस को एनरिच करने को साहित्य का मेरे लिए अर्थ वह है कि मैं उस लिम्बिक सिस्टम को कितना ज़्यादा एनरिच कर सकूं, कितना ज़्यादा उसको कंपैशनेट और एम्पैथेटिक बना सकूं, पर काया प्रवेश की मुझ में क्षमता आए। जब मैं द्रौपदी खंड काव्य लिख रहा था, अनामिका जी ने बड़े कंपैशनेटली मुझे अफेक्शनेटली बोला कि ये पर काया प्रवेश तुमने कैसे किया। ये पर काया प्रवेश, पुरुष होके औरत की काया में प्रवेश करना शंकराचार्य को भी करना पड़ा था। वह भी एक सत्य में कैसे हो सकता है? बायोलॉजिकली तो संभव नहीं है। तो कुछ ऐसा ही हुआ होगा। हम पर काया प्रवेश कैसे करते हैं? जब दूसरे के जीवन में जाकर उसके साथ जीना, बिना उसके साथ रहे, बिना उसके साथ जिए, उस परिवेश को भोगना और उस परिवेश को फील करना, यदि यह नहीं हो पाया तो हम साहित्य रचेंगे कैसे? मैं बड़े छोटे कुछ शब्दों में आपको कुछ कविता की लाइन से जो मैं कह देता हूं, जो सार है मैं साहित्य में क्या मेरे लिए साहित्य। I am not that star which in absence of the sun considers a dark night his mornings. I am not that star which in the absence of the sun considers a dark night his morning. I am not that blind pain singer who calls a drought-stricken land a meadows. I am not that silence which is a sign of acceptance. And I am not that word bereft of emotions either. There lays a half-dead there lays a half-dead body of my poet on my shoulders, which keeps gabbling the tragedies of the times. I am a poet. I can't but speak and write and sing the pangs, the pain, the agony of living. I am a poet. I can't be numb. I can't be dead. I am a poet. I can't be numb. I can't be dead. तो साहित्य यदि जिंदा न रखे, आदमी के अंदर जीवन संचार न करे, तो वह साहित्य कैसे हो सकता है। मैं इतना कह के आप सबको धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करता हूं मुझे अवसर देने के लिए। धन्यवाद। जी जी जी।
आपने हिंदी के होते हुए भी भोजपुरी में क्यों लिखा आपका उपन्यास?
मैं भोजपुरी का हूं सर। हिंदी हम लोग की एडॉप्टेड भाषा है। यहाँ के शायद ही कोई होंगे ऐसे जिनकी भाषा हिंदी होगी। मातृभाषा हमारी हिंदी किसी की नहीं है। हम सब की मातृभाषा कुछ है, तो मेरी मातृभाषा भोजपुरी है सर। और मुझे लगा ये जो कथा में लिख रहा था, वो पहला मजदूरों का ग्रुप जो गिरमिटिया मजदूर नाटाल गए थे कलकत्ता से उठा के, तो वो 3 जनरेशन्स की कथा है सर। तो वो जो कथा जिन लोग सबसे ज़्यादा लोग भोजपुरी क्षेत्र से ही ले जाए गए थे, तो मुझे लगा कि इस कथा को जिस भाषा में बोला जाना चाहिए, जिसकी व्यथा, जिसका दुख, यदि उस भाषा को मैं जानता हूँ तो उसी भाषा में ही उसका वर्णन किया जाए और उसको लिखा जाए। बाद में अनुवाद हो, जैसे तमाम भाषाओं में अनुवाद होते हैं, कोई बात नहीं। लेकिन अब सर, गरीबी के सेवार बड़का बड़का तैराक के गोड़ धा के डुबा देवेला, अब इसको मैं जितनी भी हिंदी में बोलूं सर, वो असर तो नहीं आएगा। तो हिंदी का अनुवाद भी मैंने किया है, बट मुझे खुद ही लगता है कि मैं वह बात नहीं कह पाया जो मैं कहना चाहता था, इसीलिए किया सर। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So we had a very stimulating talk from Mrityunjay Singh about the essential aspect of literature. Literature without empathy and without compassion doesn't stand on its own. And very important distinction he has made about literature as it is understood and spoken by in the West, and Sahitya as we speak it in India and mean it in India, has got a difference, and that difference as Indian writers we need to remember always. So I come to the next speaker, O.L. Nagabhushana Swami from Canada. He's not there? No, he's not there. So we missed the Canary viewpoint. So next is Melvin S. Pinto from Konkani. We'd like to hear from Pinto, what does it mean to write in Konkani, if it does write in Konkani?
If I speak in Konkani, nobody will understand, only a few, so I'll speak in English. Oh, is So, dear friends, it's wonderful to be here in this elite panel, I would say. I come from coastal Karnataka. Of course, Konkani is spoken in the western coast of India, a bit of Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, and Kerala coast. Of course, my mother tongue is Konkani. I studied Kannada medium till 10th. And then our local language at the market there was Tulu. So already as I grew up in this multilingual kind of a culture. That is Konkani, Tulu, and Kannada. So already I had an experience of this Indian diverse ethos, I would say. Multiculturalism, multilingual kind of an environment. So that way, my understanding of literature, I should say, a mix of all these experiences that I've had from these important 3 languages for me. And of course, later on, I learned a bit of Hindi in the school. And then, of course, English, I started reading later. But I would say my introduction to literature happened, of course, as I grew up. I suppose my mother and my parents would sing children's songs to me, but that I may not have remembered anything. But my first introduction to literature was, I would say, as I remember when I was a boy, say it's age of 2 or 3, when I went for these marriages, they sang very beautiful marriage literature, marriage songs, which we call Vovyo and Vase in Konkani. Very beautiful. And from there, I came to know what my culture is, what my language is all about. So that was my introduction to literature, I would say. And then, of course, as I went to the school, I started reading Kannada literature. I read, to begin with, maybe children's literature in Kannada, then thrillers in Kannada, and eventually classical literature in Kannada I started reading. I read a lot, of course. My beginning of reading of literature was in Konkani. A lot of Konkani novels I read, a lot of periodicals where my home people used to bring. So I read all that, and from this, I think I started writing much later. I started reading first and experiencing literature first, and then only I started writing. And that's why I straight away will come to 5 things what literature means to me. First of all, literature is a means to get insight into human nature for me, first of all, insight into human nature. When I read literature, I'm amazed at how writers in different languages have rich insights into different characters. They become the characters that they create. And those characters can be independent of that creator. That is what fascinates me. Be it in Kannada, I've read, say, Anantamurti or Lankesh or S.L. Bhairappa and many others. Those characters can stand alone. Death of the author, we speak about death of the author, what French philosophers have said. But I think there is also a death of the writer. As he creates, Madam was speaking that time about Sita's worldview and so on. As you write, I think it's a bit of a death of the writer already as he or she creates the literature. It's not after the literature is born. I think as the literature is being created, you have to die a little bit. The author has to die. Then only a very beautiful literature can come. So for me, first of all, that. And secondly, literature means a means of satiating a hunger for reading at all times. I like to read all time. If I don't get any work, if I don't have work, I would rather sit and only read and read and read. There is so much to read and there is no enough time. So for me, literature is that, satiating my hunger to read. That is second, I would say. And thirdly, I must also say that it also a bit of means to gain some sort of a knowledge of language, culture, tradition, and so on. Let me introduce to you, maybe some of you would know, there is a famous composer and singer in Konkani. Of course, he's no more now. 15 years back, he died. His name is Wilfie Remimbers. He is so much part of my Konkani cultural ethos. I think his name is Wilfie Remimbers. I think I learned more about my language, my culture from him and his songs, rather than even from my parents and my brothers and sisters, I would say. So that is for me, to gain insight into people and to gain insight into my own culture and so on, it is literature. And fourthly, also, literature is also a way of remaining connected to others, connected to nature and environment, and connected to myself. I need to be connected to myself. And literature helps me to get connected to myself, I would say. A true student of literature, I believe, cannot take himself, herself, and others too seriously. I think sometimes we take ourselves too seriously. We must take ourselves seriously, yes, but I don't think we should take ourselves too seriously. We should be able to laugh at ourselves. As much as we, crack jokes and pull others' legs and so on, I think we should be able to take ourselves lightly sometimes. The problem is when we take ourselves too seriously, the problems happen. We should not take others also too seriously. And we should not take ourselves also too seriously. And this is what I think literature teaches me. And finally, my dear friend, literature is a means of expression of the creative self in words. While the author dies to his or her works, he or she can never die to the process in which such expressions find their true worth. Many times I have been surprised by such expressions taking the better of me and ending up on paper. Hence, good literature can surprise everyone by the sheer power of its expression. That is what literature is to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pinto. It has been, you have explained very wonderfully, I would rather say, that what literature actually means to you. And this is something I think all of us share to greater and lesser extent, that it looks into the human nature itself, and it satiates the hunger for, amongst all other things, for knowledge and beauty. And it that one should not be that much serious about these matters. And the last thing, I also agree with him. So it has been a very nice presentation, and it was nice hearing you. So we'll now move to the next speaker, Sri Ashokan from Malayalam.
Good afternoon to you all. As a person who is interested in literary theories and philosophy of literature, I think there is an easy way to answer what literature is actually is. This is my answer. I think the chairman is very happy that within a few seconds I kept silence and I answered the question, what literature means to me. See, it's easier to answer in silence. But when you try to define personally as it is to you or to me, what is this? Then it is easier to answer like what is not literature is. Like in Upanishad there is what is truth. Nedi, nedi. No, this is not truth. This is not truth. This is not the reality. This is not the reality. Like that, it is easier for us to answer what literature is not. Suppose if you are shown that the bill, electricity bill or a water bill, even it is, you easily say that it is not literature because it doesn't give you any emotions. But in Kerala, it becomes literature because it shocks us. So, yeah, it makes us, how can I pay this high amount, especially in this summer? This very piece of paper gives you a kind of meaning, kind of emotions, intense emotions, this shock. So it is a piece of literature like that. When Paul Zakaria, a very eminent writer in Malayalam, and I think he is a writer in English also, a fiction writer. And when he started to publish his short stories, many people, many readers, many people who studied literature, who boasted that they were scholars in literature, they were not ready to accept him as a writer because he crossed the boundary lines that defined literature. Yours, Lakshmana Rekha, the former speaker, Komal, said that if woman crosses the Lakshmana Rekha, the boundary line, she will face dangers. Am I right? But here, Zakaria, he courageously crossed the Lakshmana Rekha in Malayalam literature, and without facing dangers, he created lives. And he questioned, with his biting satirical language, he questioned the hypocrisy of Malayali society, the superficiality of our culture. And he paved the way for the reader to see life in a different way, to see the sights which were always before us, but we forgot to see us. And that is what he did. Like A.J. Thomas, here a translator and writer, and there is Arshad Batheri, a unique voice in contemporary Malayalam short story. He is also writing stories which are questioning the former laws adopted by the senior writers. He is creating new laws for literature. Like that, when you are trying to define what literature is, you can simply see who wrote Mahabharata. Actually, it was Lord Ganesha who wrote Mahabharata. You might question me, this was Sage Vyasa. He was the author, but Sage Vyasa didn't write anything. He was dictating, and he asked Lord Ganesha, if you understand the meaning of what I said, then only write. Lord Ganesha said that, yeah, I understood your meaning and I wrote. Do you believe that really Lord Ganesha understood what was told by Lord Vyasa? I don't think so. I think that he wrote whatever he felt. He was an interpreter of Vyasa. He simply interpreted, he simply wrote whatever the meaning he got. Like that, when I speak in English, I just want to question the basic tenet, basic literary principle that our former ancient literary theorists upheld. Vagartha viva sampriktu, Vagartha pradivate, Jagada Pidarau, Vande Parvati Parameshwara. This is the Mangala sloga of the famous Kalidasa in Raghuvamsha. And here, the meaning and sound of words, they are like the mother and father of the universe, Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati. They are inseparable. The signifier and signified. If I use the structuralist terms, the word and its meaning, they are inseparable. The entire Indian literary theory is based upon this principle, this pramana. That theory is questioned because now we know that, if I quote Derrida, everything, there is nothing out of text. No, there is nothing out of context. We know that whatever writing is termed as literature is according to a particular cultural and historical context. Actually, the very political and historical context, cultural context which we are in, that defines what is literature. Because it may change. It may change. Here, something we termed as literature might be regarded as trash tomorrow. But when you are taking up an anti-essentialist stand, that means you say that there is no literature, but there are literatures. If you say that there is only one literature, that is world literature, and you say that there is the American writers, some European writers, they are creating literature. I think that Paul Zakaria is not lesser a writer than the great writers of English language in England or America. When a good translator like A.J. Thomas is ready to translate some of the good stories of Zakaria, he himself is a good writer in English also. His fictions He has published a fiction recently in English. It is going to be republished by Penguin. But actually, good translators, they are now giving a space, international space from Malayali writers. When their works are being translated in English, their audience becomes international and they have a wide exposure now. Like that, let us see this, without referring it as a world literature, let us say that there are literatures. There are literatures because the Bhojpuri or Sindhi language, this is minority literature. Minority literature is, as far as Gilles Deleuze, the French philosopher, is concerned, whatever is creating a kind of revolution or making new paths in literature, that is coming from minority literature. Because when modernism in Malayalam began, O.V. Vijayan had a few readers, Sakriya had a few readers, Anand had a few readers. But now, after years, they have become popular because their readership is so increased, so large. Many people like to read him. Their books are published in many editions. See, so I think that minority literature, especially the hegemony of English, is so threatening that minority people, even in Kerala, people like to send their children to English medium schools rather than Malayalam medium schools. Even Sindhi, people like to send their children Hindi medium school rather than Sindhi. Bhojpuri also the same. So these minority languages, our mother tongues are being ignored due to various reasons are there. Socio-political context is relevant because job opportunity is a main problem. But here, as far as I am concerned, this essentialist notion that there is a literature, that literature can be defined, cannot be accepted. But there is a pluralist notion can be. There are various kinds of literatures and literary norms, literary rules are there, but they tend to be changed in the course of time. That is my stand. Here, some people think that literature are of two kinds. I also agree with them. Something that that is like a sedative, especially the popular literature. It's like a sedative. It makes you to conform to the existing ruling system, existing the cultural norms, values, and you are a part and parcel of the very establishment, and you love to be the subject of the hegemonic cultural system that might be suppressing your freedom. You are ready to be an obedient subject because literary works, many of the literary works are working like a sedative. But like I said, some writers, they are questioning the status quo. They are questioning the established norms. They are questioning the power system. They are questioning the hegemonic structure of our society. The very political ideologies which are suppressing human freedom are being questioned by writers. That writing is creating new paths. That writing is leading you to see truth in a new way. That is, this is the post-truth era where truth or reality has not at all an influencing factor in our culture and in our politics. But here writer is a seeker of truth. He is giving you a truth of life because we know whether literature is autonomous or referential. The question is, it's some extent referential, some extent autonomous, because without life and the experience of life, without the knowledge we gather from society, we cannot absorb, we cannot appreciate, we cannot enjoy literature. Because, yeah, I'm concluding. So, this referential aspect is also there. With human life, Whatever the experience we have gathered out of lives, that makes you appreciate literature. But at the same time, that makes you question the existing mode of life also. It makes you see things in a different way. It makes you freer. It makes you the seeker of freedom, which are denied in the present condition of your life. This is my point. Literature has relevance in that way. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shugan. It has been nice, and you have brought in some subjects very contemporary and relevant. How literature, popular literature, conforms to the power structure that is there, and how seeking of the truth has got various and different meanings in different contexts. And for me, I think if there are any rules in literature, the rules are meant to be broken only. You have to break those rules. So we'll come to the next author from Malayalam, Paul Jagaria.
Friends, I would like to start by saying that literature means many things to me. First of all, it means the great pleasure of experiencing the wonderful worlds of imagination and thought created by great minds. Reading is the original pathway to literature. It's a traditional way we have all. I think right at the beginning of literature, it was a spoken word, then we moved to reading. And now we are back to the spoken word again, because with the new technology, you can listen to literature as you are driving or as you are cooking, or that's a great release for literature actually. But basically, one can say that it's all a form of reading, depends on which sense you are using. So it is to readers that literature addresses itself. That is a primary thing that we can say. Readers, I have always felt, are a special community. People read newspapers, people read books up to a point. Later on, they all get very busy and they stop reading. But there still remains a committed community of readers, and I think they are very important to any society in upholding its civilizational values. Others also do, but the readers are very much in the picture. And I am been a very lucky man because I've been a reader all my life. I would describe myself as a bookworm. Ever since I could start, I learned to read. And that happened only because my parents allowed me to travel beyond textbooks to other kinds of books. They didn't put any restrictions on me. So I would say I am sort of equating reading and literature, that reading is the foundation of my life, as Melville was saying. I became a writer only because I was a reader, full stop. I have no doubts about it. All that I read since I started reading, that gave birth to the writer in me. That also I am totally convinced about. My growth and evolution as a human being was guided by reading. I didn't have any other guru to guide me. Only the books guided me. And it is still guiding me. Reading is still guiding me in my life. I'm very happy about that. But here I must say that literature means to me all the forms of the written word, not only poetry, plays, or fiction. It is also history, philosophy, travel,
biography, autobiography. I'm just listing a few: anthropology, science writing, nature writing, political and social thought, and many of those forms of the written word. I think they all, to me, it's all literature because I read all of them. I read a work of philosophy with as much interest as I would read a novel or a short story or a poem. I'm sure it must be the same for most people. The lyrics of a beautiful film song is literature to me. I have no doubt about that. The script of a great film is literature to me. Cinema itself is visual literature for me. I watch a movie just as I would read a novel. So what literature means in all these forms means to me is that it enables me, an ordinary man, to transcend the limits of my very mundane existence and my life. It transports me momentarily, maybe for 1 hour, maybe for 2 hours. It transports me into the worlds of extraordinary thought, imagination, and beauty. Thus, it enriches me and changes me. When I read a great work of thinking or of imagination or watch a wonderful movie, I come out of the experience a different man. I always say that the man who started reading the book is not the man who has finished reading. It is somebody else. Even though I may not realize it myself, something new and original and good, I always say good, has been added to my life when I go through that kind of an experience. So I wanted to say this here. The man who sat down to read is not the man who finished reading. It's a different man. I think it is the ability of thought and imagination to change us that gives literature its liberating power. That is what I would like to call. Literature sets us, all of us, or whosoever wants to, sets us free from prejudice, from hate, from intolerance, from blind faith in political and religious ideologies, and distorted historical truth. Literature sets us free from all this. That is why, in a totalitarian system, books are either banned or preferably burned. Hitler used to make bonfires of books in the streets of Berlin and other cities. Because literature makes people think, the reason is literature makes people think for themselves. It opens their eyes to truth and what is real. That is why tyrants don't like books. The fact is that literature also is knowledge. It is not data-based knowledge. It is not researched knowledge. It is emotional knowledge. That is, I don't know if there is anything like that, but I like to call it that. It's a knowledge that makes you a better human being, a little better human being. It is because of the ability of literature to change a person that tyrants use literature to poison people also. They manufacture literature to poison people. En masse, you change textbooks, you change everything that you can change so that people are poisoned. But what I have seen is a reader whose mind has been set free by literature will not also become a slave of the media, which is another tyrant, in my opinion. One of the biggest tyrants you ever face. It is not politics, it is not religion, it is the media. So a man who reads his books, his novels and his short stories and history correctly will not be enslaved by the media. I am convinced about that. Because he is capable of thinking for himself. Sir, 2 moments. I think this freedom from slavery of the mind to the dark forces of history is the greatest gift literature offers us. I'll add this also. The latest report of the the Pew Center on the state of democracy in the world is now out. I read in that in 10 out of the 24 countries the Pew Center surveyed, including India, the support for parliamentary democracy has been drastically reduced. I don't want to go into the figures or anything, I'll quickly say. This reduction is most strongly reflected in people who are educationally and economically impoverished in all these countries. Poverty has prevented billions of people across the world from accessing knowledge. And the poor and the illiterate are the fodder for the tyrants. Literature is knowledge. That's all I wanted to say here. It is liberating knowledge, not enslaving knowledge. The Mahabharata, the Ramayana are depositories of knowledge that liberates. That is why they have withstood the test of time. The Quran, the Bible, they are also literature. They too are written words, products of the human mind and imagination. Famously, I suppose many of us know, the first word of the Quran is Ikra, read, start reading. That is what the Prophet told his people. The liberating nature of such ancient literature is lost when people come to read them as holy books. Books that contain God's truth and the one and only one truth. But we must read them, not to close our eyes and minds, but to open our eyes and minds. Because literature is a level playground. It's a democratic space. Democracy is about openness. It offers a world which Tagore described as where the mind is free. That is what literature means, all these things to me. I'll close now. These are the things the great writers of India and the world have bestowed on me, and I think it bestows on every reader. I am humbled by what I have received from literature. I am also very proud that I am a reader. I would like to die with a book in my hand, but certainly not a holy book. As a writer whose contribution to literature is less than minuscule, my only hope about what I write is this, that somehow, somewhere, it will set at least one person free from the forces that are attempting to control his mind and heart. Thank you.
It has been such a wonderful thing hearing to you, Paul. It's really enriching, liberating, and it has definitely given all of us certain new things to think about. Thank you very much, Paul. So we come to the last of our panelists, one of my very good friends from Orissa, Bijayendra Singh, and I request him to speak.
Honorable Chair, President of Session, eminent writer, Dr. Dhruvajyoti Bora sir, my co-panelists, friends, what literature means to me? It is a very difficult question and a very easy question. In my opinion, literature might be described as the organization of words to give pleasure. Though these words, life is elevated and experience is a transformed beyond mere pleasure. Literature also functions more broadly in society as a means of both criticizing and affirming cultural values. In Indian aesthetics, the word literature was the first used in Rajsekhar in 10th century in his book Kavya Mimamsa. The aim of Sahitya, he said, to evoke aesthetic pleasure. It is structured with words and meanings in rasa. It is soul. Later on, discussed in different books. Literature does not mean to me the view of German philosopher in 18th century. Immanuel Kant is expressed his critique of the power of judgment, 1970, where he said, the pure aesthetic experience consists of disinterested conception of the object of the pleasure for his own sake, without reference to reality or to external ends of utility of morality. But I believe literature is means to be a social institution. It is a medium in language used in contemporary society and present society. So the writer really of imaginative will address the audience or readers. Moreover, I think literature has duty for his society, for mankind. The question asked about literature are related to social tradition, social customs and culture, rituals, morality, symbols, society and literature. Some Western philosophers agree with the proposition. Folk songs of the past were much dependent on singers and the audience. In Odisha, Palaj and Daskatya are such examples. It is said that the plays of Shakespeare were written to satisfy the taste of different types of audience. A literature does not only reflect society. If he is a good writer, he can bring changes in the society. The English poet and critic Coleridge used to say that every new writer must have to create new taste and beauty. Literature creates nationalism. One Odia poet, Satyavadi Juga, which is headed by Utkalmani Gopabandhu Das and Radhanath Rai, Waterscott of Scotland, an English poet Chaucer tried to include nationalism in the regards. Literature is not a replica of life, but an interpretation of life. We can make an idea about the society of the writer. Literature gives us moral and spiritual ideas. In the Indian Panchatantra is such as best example. Marxists say that literature is a product of the mode of production in society. But much before them, immortal literary works was created. The Vedas and Upanishads of India, Dante's Divine Comedy in Italy, Republic and Symposium of Plato in Greece were such examples. The immortal works are never conditioned by the matter condition of society. They provide man with morals and delight, lift the soul of readers. Sense of beauty is an external feeling. To express these feelings, man create artifacts. Artifacts it give the unique pleasure, and they be based on rasa according to Indian aesthetics. Literature is an expression of joy. It is related to inner wisdom and rhythmically eterness. Any creation gets energy from joy. That joy has a divine source according to different writers of Indian writers. Joy is the source and end of creation. Those who search for beauty and external objects are disappointed because beauty can be perceived through inner eye, not through sense. Much before beginning of Christian era, but after the composition of Veda and Upanishads. Two epics higher order, namely Ramayana and Mahabharata, were composed in India. The moral, spiritual, and beautiful ideas reflected in Ramayana and Mahabharata. In India, elsewhere, many works have been created on both external and inner nature. Beauty has taken in artistic form to them to give moral idea and joy. Art is concerned with rasa. It is a beautiful essence of mental feelings. Apart from the rasa, there are different alankara in literature. Those are smiles, metaphors, image, and alter relations. In 19th century Indian, Anandavardhana wrote about Dravani in his books, Dhwanyalaka Dhoni, in the creative power, the ability to create the imagine. It is suggestive. Dhoni is found in poetic language, which is connectivity and denotivity. It was only 18th century Western philosopher Kant spoke about intuition. Most critics, both East and West, different between our emotion and ordinary emotions. Artistic emotion is the basis on rasa. According to the art critic of India, in an ideal artifact there will be rasa, dhoni, emotion, and property. So the aesthetic pleasure can be derived from the attract fact by the readers for spectaculars. Robert Bridge has spoken about property in literature in 20th century, poetic dictation and the sublime. But Indian aesthetics like Abhiram Gupta and Khamand in 10th century, India had spoken about it. We can say many things about literature, but it is purpose, it is always to instruct and delight. I am writing for my literature, I am writing for mankind, I am also writing for my nation and country. Thank you Sahitya Academy and Chair Dr. Dhrubajyoti Bora.
Thank you, Vijayendra. So we have come to the end of this session. It has been such an enriching experience with so diverse views and so personalized, enriched views that one really is overwhelmed. And such a talented field of speakers have assembled today. I thank Sahitya Academy and all the speakers. And at the last, I would like to say only one line, that Paul has said that literature is liberating. Literature provides a level field, democratic field. I think one way for us writers is to bring that to reality, is to try to give voices to the marginalized and deprived people of our society. That way, we will make literature much more powerful and much more relevant to the present times. I am thinking of one thing, that in the current scenario, have any of us thought what the Muslim youth of this country are feeling or going through? A sense of angst, a sense of a sort of alienation. And you know, all of you know the reasons for that. But nobody is speaking up. Neither them, neither the writers. And I think it's needed that this aspect is also addressed to. Otherwise, it will not lead us to a happy future. So I have planned my next novel in the name of angst, about angst of the Muslim youth, especially of my state and through it of the whole country. I don't know whether I'll be able to complete that, but that has been my, and that's what literature means to me, giving newer dimensions and newer voices. Thank you all for listening and attending. Thank you very much.
On behalf of Sahitya Academy, I'd like to thank the Honorable Chair and all the panelists and all of you for being here. We'll now take a lunch break and be back for our third session sharp at 2:30. Thank you. आज के हमारे जो अध्यक्ष हैं, जो स्पीकर हैं, वो डॉक्टर आरिफ मोहम्मद खान जी हैं, जो कि केरला के गवर्नर हैं। वो जब आएंगे मंच पर तो पहली चीज़ राष्ट्रगान होगा। आप सबसे निवेदन करूंगी कि उस समय खड़े हो जाएं और उसके बाद हमारा कार्यक्रम आगे चलेगा। थैंक यू। It's not working. It's very hot.
ये दो जने को देख लेना फिर वो लोग कब आएगा ये तो सेक्रेटरी सबको देना
क्यों है डाउनलोड नहीं क्यों है 8 तक
It's like this. Yesterday it was. Yesterday also. बस राष्ट्रगान के लिए तैयार हो जाइए अगर रिकॉर्ड डाउनलोड नहीं जी राष्ट्रगान हाँ हाँ क्या बिल लीजिए आई कार्ड Are you from Kerala? Wearing that mala, yeah? It's a Kerala mala. Andhra also. My friends are Keralites, she also wears this kind. I don't think so. कैसे बहुत सालों बाद मिल रहे हैं आपसे हाँ? हाँ। अच्छा और आपसे मैं कितने साल बाद मिल That is different. That is different नहीं कुछ और नहीं उन्होंने मेरा 1 day का फ्री अजय जी 7,500 करवाइएगा हम सब क्योंकि हम लोग ही पढ़ना माननीय मुख्य अतिथि पधार चुके हैं, हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं। साहित्योत्सव 2024 के सत्र में आप सभी का स्वागत है। इस सत्र का विषय है भारत की अवधारणा, द आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया। इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं केरला के राज्यपाल माननीय श्री आरिफ मोहम्मद खां। इस सत्र के हमारे वक्ता हैं अश्विनी कुमार, जे साई दीपक, शांति श्री डी पंडित, सोनल मानसिंह जी और YL श्रीनिवास। मैं आप सबसे निवेदन करती हूँ, आप कृपया मंच पर अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें। I request the Honorable Governor of Kerala, who is presiding over this event, Shri Arif Mohammad Khan, and our speakers, Ashwini Kumar ji, J. Sai Deepak ji, Shanti Shri D. Pandit ji, Sonal Mansingh ji, and YL Srinivas ji, to kindly come on the dais. आपने तो कटवा दिया है। नहीं, ये है, ये मराठे और YL श्रीनिवास नहीं है। अच्छा। I request our esteemed guests to kindly come on the dais. I request Shri Ashwini Kumar ji, J. Sai Deepak ji, L. Hanumantaya ji, Shanti Shri D. Pandit ji, Sonal Mansingh ji, and to kindly come on this stage. आज सबसे पहले राष्ट्रगान होगा। आपसे निवेदन है, आप सभी अपने स्थानों पर खड़े हो जाएं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं साहित्य अकादमी के अध्यक्ष श्री माधव कौशिक, उपाध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर कुमुद शर्मा और साहित्य अकादमी के सचिव डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास राव। सर्वप्रथम मैं डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास राव से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप यहाँ उपस्थित सभी के स्वागत में 2 शब्द कहें।
Namaskar. Respected Professor Arif Mohammad Khan ji, distinguished scholar and Honorable Governor of Kerala, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji, distinguished Bharatanatyam dancer and erudite scholar, Honorable Member of Parliament, Professor Shanti Sri D. Pandit ji, eminent scholar and Vice Chancellor Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor Ashwini Kumar ji, eminent poet and scholar, Dr. L. Hanumantaya ji, poet and scholar and also former member of parliament, the scholars and friends. I am glad to welcome all of you for this panel discussion on the idea of India. And today we are celebrating Sahitya Akademi's 70th birth anniversary. We have completed 70 years. Friends, over centuries, what India meant and stood for change for different people, for the outsiders, it was the land of both wealth and wisdom, and many wanted to take both back to their lands. As far Indians are concerned, during British rule, it was asserted by the rulers that Indians did not have any idea of India as a country. Nothing can be more wrong, and probably Britishers had some agenda, and that is why they spread such a misinformation. No other explanation seems to work here. We have ancient Tamil literature that clearly indicate India as the land that lies between Kumari and the Kumari in the south to gigantic Himalayas in the north. If Indians did not have any idea, how come it is there in the literature? That is a question. Ancient and medieval Sanskrit literature also confirms the same. Those who are serious about this topic can do little research, and they will find such references in the literature of other languages too. Further, it is not as if these literary traditions and practices were only for some time only, and suddenly everyone woke up at one point in modern time to find there is a country called India or Bharat. Through medieval period to modern to contemporary, descriptions of different kinds in literary creations of many languages can be traced. As for everyone, each person is bound to form certain ideas of India as a holy country, greatest democracy, land of wisdom, progressive country, etc. That depends on one's orientation, aptitude, knowledge level, etc. What no one can debate is that India has always been the land of great philosophical traditions. From the time of Vedas and Upanishads to medieval treatises to modern philosophers, India continues to produce philosophical works from religious philosophy to social philosophy to philosophy of language, etc. In fact, to give just one example, the issue of identity in different that European philosophical schools in modern times, they have been grappling in a serious manner was settled at least 1000 years before 20th century by a great saint philosopher called Sri Ramanujacharya through his famous Sajatiya, Vijatiya, Swagata Bedha concept. We need not to consider ourselves as superior to anyone, but it is clear that India is a country of great past and at present we are making rapid strides toward glorious future. While it is one's freedom to form different ideas about this great nation, what is not acceptable is the sweeping generalization that Indians did not have any idea of India as a country before 20th century. I did not want to take much of your time, hence did not touch on the substantiations, and we have distinguished minds in this panel, and like every one of you, I am also eager to listen to all of them discussing this topic. With these few words, I am glad to welcome all of you for this panel discussion on idea of India or idea of Bharat, which is newly a kind of debatable point, and we have with us very greatest minds of the country in our midst who will discuss on this particular topic.
मैं साहित्य अकादमी के अध्यक्ष श्री माधव कौशिक और उपाध्यक्षा प्रोफेसर कुमुद शर्मा से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप कृपया मंच पर पधारें और हमारे माननीय अतिथियों का शॉल और पुष्पों से अभिनंदन करें। सर्वप्रथम अभिनंदन माननीय श्री आरिफ मोहम्मद खान जी का। श्री अश्विनी कुमार, Shri L. Hanumantaya. Shanti Shri D. Panditji. Dr. Sonal Mansingh. इससे पहले कि हम सत्र आरंभ करें, हम सभी वक्ताओं का परिचय देना चाहेंगे। श्री आरिफ मोहम्मद खान वर्तमान में केरला के महामहिम राज्यपाल के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। आपकी शिक्षा जामिया मिलिया स्कूल दिल्ली और अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी अलीगढ़ तथा शिया कॉलेज लखनऊ विश्वविद्यालय में हुई। पूर्व में आप केंद्रीय मंत्री के रूप में ऊर्जा से लेकर नागरिक उड्डयन विभागों में अपनी सेवाएं दे चुके हैं। He is the author of the best-selling book of the year 2010, Text and Context, The Quran and Contemporary Challenges. Now he is actively involved in writing articles and columns related to Islam and Sufism. आपके सहयोग से भारत के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय द्वारा शाह बानो मामले के फैसले से तलाकशुदा मुस्लिम पत्नी के भरण पोषण का अधिकार प्राप्त हुआ। अश्विनी कुमार। अश्विनी कुमार अंग्रेजी में लिखने वाले प्रमुख भारतीय कवियों में से एक हैं। उनके प्रमुख कविता खंडों में शामिल हैं माई ग्रैंडफादर्स, इमेजिनरी टाइपराइटर एंड बनारस एंड द अदर। उनकी कविताओं में खंडित और स्मृति आवाज़ों की गीतात्मक प्रस्तुति के लिए जाना जाता है। Recently, a collection of his select poems has been published in Hungarian. He is also one of the chief editors of Global Civil Society at London School of Economics and co-founder of Indian Novels Collective for promoting translation of classical novels from Indian languages. Presently, he is Professor and Dean of the School of Development Studies at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. L. Hanumantaya, आप दलित कवि, भारतीय राजनेता और कर्नाटक राज्य से राज्यसभा के सदस्य हैं। कविता संग्रह, शोध प्रबंध, जीवनी और संपादित पुस्तकों सहित आपकी 18 से अधिक पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं। He is the recipient of numerous awards and honors, a few among which are Vishveshwaraya Puraskar, Sahitya Parishad Endowment Prize for Poetry, Nada Chetna Award, Katharangam Award, and the Government of Karnataka's Ambedkar Award. शांति श्री डी पंडित। शांति श्री धुलीपुड़ी पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय की कुलपति हैं। 2 पुस्तकों के संपादन के अलावा आपकी 4 पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हैं। पुस्तकों में अध्यायों के अलावा प्रतिष्ठित पत्र पत्रिकाओं में आपके कई लेख और शोध पत्र प्रकाशित हुए हैं। The first woman Vice Chancellor of JNU, she has received several awards including Visitex Award for Women Leaders, Veer Savarkar Award, Shrimati Sushma Swaraj Stree Shakti Award, and World Peace Award, among others. सोनल मानसिंह। सोनल मानसिंह भारत की प्रतिष्ठित सांस्कृतिक व्यक्तित्व और संसद सदस्य राज्यसभा हैं, जिन्होंने भरतनाट्यम, ओडिसी और छऊ जैसी कई भारतीय शास्त्रीय नृत्य शैलियों में महारत हासिल की है। आप एक प्रतिष्ठित विदुषी और अनुभवी कला प्रशासक हैं जिन्होंने दुनिया भर के 90 देशों में प्रदर्शन किए हैं, व्याख्यान दिए हैं और कार्यशालाएं आयोजित की हैं। She is the recipient of the highest civilian honors of Padma Bhushan and Padma Vibhushan. She has served as chairperson of Sangeet Natak Akademi and serving the second term as trustee of Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. I now request the Honorable Chair, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, to kindly take over the proceedings of this session.
Shall I go there? I can use your mic here. I can go there. Okay. Last one. Last one. In Kerala, we say Sahodari Sahodaran Mare. Deviyo Sajjano. First, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Shri Madhav Kaushik ji, Professor Kumud Sharma, and K. Srinivas Rao ji for their kind invitation. And it was such a pleasure to know that today is a very special day for Sahitya Academy. You have completed 70 years of the noble work of promotion of literature and art and all other forms of art which you have been doing since beginning. In our tradition, it has been said, Kim Kala, Kim Sahitya, Kim Sangeet, Kim Nritya. And the answer given was, what are all these fine arts about? And the answer given was, Kam Paramatmani Lati Grahati Iti Kala Iti Sahitya Iti Nritya Iti Sangeet. Whatever brings you closer to the Supreme Spirit. The famous ancient Indian Sanskrit poet, if I may recall the name later, Bhav Bhuti. Is that right? Bhava Bhuti. He has said, what is the purpose of literature? And just 3 or 4 words, what a wonderful definition which he has given. He says, Eko rasa karuna eva. The purpose of literature is to create something which encourages the sentiment, feeling of empathy and compassion in you. So I've said all this because when I came to know, otherwise my prepared text is different. When I came to know that today is a very special day, not just discussion of the idea of India, and Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore has also
made a very powerful statement. He said that first, in a famous essay, The Call of Truth, he articulated the importance of a refusal to surrender the dignity of intellect to the keeping of others. And then he said, India cannot attain true freedom unless it is recognized that her foundation is in mind. Very, very loaded words, pregnant words. India can attain freedom only when we recognize that her foundation is in mind, which with its diverse powers and confidence in those powers goes on all the time creating Swaraj for itself. So India, the Honorable Secretary of the Sahitya Academy was referring to what British, I do not think they thought that about India, but yes, they said that about India for their expediency. But we must always remember that India's genius, India's identity, like any individual, like any society, a people, a country that also has its own genius. And the genius of India is what Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore has described, the mind. It is not, you don't feel very happy praising yourself. But to know yourself, you also need to know the opinion of others about you. How India has been described. In 11th and 12th centuries, when the European Renaissance had not yet fully taken off, Middle East was rife with intellectual activities. They had established a great institution, Baitul Hikmah, the House of Wisdom. And people generally do not know. They give credit to the Arabs for preserving the Greek knowledge by translating into Arabic, which was later retranslated into European languages. But people do not talk about it. It is mentioned, very well documented, that period that is called the golden period of the Arabs, that is started with the translation of Sanskrit books into Arabic. It did not start with a translation of Greek books into Arabic. It is a scholar by the name of Kanak Pandit in first half of the 9th century. He travels from Sindh to Baghdad, carries few or many books with him. And just one book, Surya Siddhant, when it was translated and recited to the then ruler Mansur, he was so fascinated that that was actually the first major work which was translated into Arabic. And the title given was Sindh Hind. Spain at that time was also being ruled by Arabs, but there was mutual enmity, and the ruler of the Spain knew that he won't be able to get a copy of the book. He came to know about it. Therefore, Philip Hitti in his book has said that he paid a huge bribe to the scribes to get a copy of that book into Spain. And from Spain, that book was translated into all major European languages over a period of next 150 or 200 years. And therefrom started the space studies of the Europe. I feel proud of the fact that the book, which became basis of the space studies, was written by an Indian pre-medieval times. But I feel ashamed that others worked on it and we simply forgot about it. We came to know from others that all the basis of their research and work is based on this Surya Siddhant. And this is a meeting. Those who are going to participate, they are sitting here. Sonal ji, Shanti Shri ji, our VC of JNU, Ashwini Kumar ji, K. Hanumantaiah ji, MP. And when you mentioned about K. Hanumantaiah ji, then I recalled a dialogue between Galileo and a friend of his. K. Hanumantaiah was in parliament. He was a minister. No, I'm talking about you. L. Hanumantaiah. L. Hanumantaiah sahab. So that I recalled that dialogue. His friend told him, but sir, those who are in public life, they do not have the time to read books. Galileo said, I agree with you, but those who don't read the books, they don't deserve to be in public life. And here you have a man who not only reads, because you can't write without reading. So he has written so many books. All the credit to you, sir. We are proud of you. We really are proud of you. So, because people who are sitting in this hall, actually, everyone should be addressed individually, because you are all women and men of letters. And you are creative people. I have already taken 8 minutes, therefore I would like to conclude. And that is that there is a saying, monuments of mind are more durable than the monuments of power. And to give you an example, very close to this place there is Purana Qila, supposedly built as the royal palace for the Pandavas by the architect of the Asurs, Maya. Maya had offered his services in order to save his life. When the forest was being cleared, he said, I will build the palace for you. So he must have been an extraordinary architect and builder. It lies in ruins. If the government won't spend crores every year, you won't be able to step inside the premises. On the other hand, at the same time, Bhagwan Krishna, in the form of Gita, gave some updesh to Arjuna. Time is almost the same. Not a comma or full stop has changed in that. That is the importance of the monument of mind. Monument of minds, they will, at least as long as people find them, and this is the definition of the scriptures. We publish many books every year, but the scriptures and classics are those. where even with changing times, change of periods, change of situations, in that change scenario, when you refer to them, you will always find something which is relevant to the times in which you are living, and you can find your way out. And then I will conclude with another two beautiful lines. संसार विष विरक्षस्य दुई फले अमृतोपमे काव्य अमृत रसा स्वादा सल्लापा सज्जना नेसा. You are celebrated. What a wonderful collection of people. And those people who create kavya and the amrit from that kavya, we enjoy almost daily in our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. हम अपने बीच श्री जे साई दीपक जी को का स्वागत करते हैं और आपके अभिनंदन के लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास राव, सचिव साहित्य अकादमी. श्री जे साई दीपक इंजीनियर से वकील बने हैं और दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय और भारत के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं. Since 2010, he has been writing intermittently on the blog The Demanding Mistress on Civil Commercial Litigation. So he has to reach the Supreme Court for his arguments. May I, with your permission, would like to invite him to speak first. Jai Sai Deepak ji.
My sincere apologies and thanks to Shri Arif Saab for this kind indulgence. All I can say is that I've come from one lordship to another lordship. And since I think sir is also a lawyer by training, he knows what I'm saying. So it's surprising, or maybe I think it's just pure coincidence, that I've just finished arguments in a matter relating to heritage and culture. So the question was, and I'll try to, because I've come unprepared, I'll use my arguments here. So the question was very simple. The Tamil Nadu HRC Act is the one that governs the administration of temples by the bureaucrats of the state government of Tamil Nadu. Whether they are qualified and whether they have the power to undertake architectural and heritage-based renovation of temples which are thousands of years old. Because in the name of renovation, what they have done is sandblasting across the place. In the process, structures which are at least 1500 to 1600 years old have been effaced and defaced. You can't even get to see what the Cholas and the Pandyas have built. So the point was whether the court, or rather whether the rules which permit them to do this, which speak of alterations, are constitutional or unconstitutional. Do they fall within the definition of a preservation? All I can say is we've come out decently successful, and we have come out with an interpretation from a bench of the Supreme Court saying nothing can be done that changes the basic structure of the temple. So in another way, this is a basic structure doctrine in the context of a temple. So that's something. This takes me to perhaps the conversation of today. So as Arif Saab, as always eloquent and erudite, and according to me, he is an embodiment of Bharatiyata in every way. So there couldn't have been a better example in today's tumultuous times of Bharatiyata in action. So when people constantly wonder how do we actually fuse and blend multiple identities, well, here's an answer. Therefore, since practicals are possible, theoretically it is certainly possible. One of the things that I have been concerned with, apart from my professional commitments, is how do we address the rapid secularization of Bharatiya arts? And this ties into what Arif Saab has pointed out, that the very purpose of Kala is to take you as close as possible to the supreme consciousness. Therefore, bhakti is an integral, inseparable, indispensable component of Bharatiya Kala, whatever form it may be. Now, the problem is the moment you say bhakti, the question is religion. What religion? Secularism. What do we do? All sorts of red flags come into the picture. Now, I have to say that if you feel that you're a part of this civilization and you don't find a conflict between any identity that you may have chosen or adopted because of, let's say, circumstances of history, and still you find yourself as a member of this civilization, you shouldn't have a problem with the word bhakti whatsoever. And you certainly should not have a problem with the bhakti orientation of Bharatiya Kalas. The problem of the last 15, 16 years, according to me, in my humble view, and nevertheless controversial view, is that removal of bhakti from Bharatiya arts will pave way to what has been happening for over 200 years, which is appropriation and cultural appropriation of Bharatiya arts and taking away their identity. Typically, secularization and debhaktiization of Bharatiya arts has paved the way for appropriation by foreign parties, so to speak. I don't know how many of you have been following the recent controversy about the ability of a particular individual to, let's say, live and breathe and do yoga in the cold. Our rishis and sadhus have known this for thousands of years. Now it is apparently being passed off as what is called the Wim Hof method of breathing. And it will be repackaged and sold to us. So if we say something or if we point out something that becomes quackery and it apparently reeks and smacks of lack of scientific temper, but if it comes back repackaged, hopefully with credentials from the West, then it acquires scientific temper on its own. So our arts also go through the process of conversion, according to me. So that, I think, is deeply problematic, because at the end of the day, this is perhaps the last surviving strand, a pure strand at that, which connects us to our past, which has managed to survive the ravages of time and history. So I hope that in the stream of arts, at the very least, we have the guts to call a spade, because an artist's primary commitment is to truth, and if an artist fails to call a spade, then I think he is less of an artist. I have nothing more to say. Jai Shri Ram. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. अब मैं श्री अश्विनी कुमार जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप भारत की अवधारणा पर अपने विचार व्यक्त करें.
First, His Excellency Arif Muhammad Saab, Sahitya Academy President, Madhav Kaushik Bhai, Vice President Kumar Sharma ji, and our dynamic, Secretary Rao Sahab, and distinguished panelists and writers and poet friends sitting in the hall. Let me just begin with my reflection of idea of India in perhaps a less structured, but profoundly in a poetic sense, and also less political. What I would like to begin reflecting an idea of India, that India or Bharat or Hindustan is indeed unique in many ways, as it is continually made and remade by familiar, unfamiliar encounters with forces of history, myths and legends. Thus one is not surprised when the great Urdu poet Firaq Gorakhpuri Sahab writes, "Sar Jameen Hind pe, har sar Jameen Hind par aqwam ilm ka firaq, kafile guzarte gaye, Hindustan banta gaya." Friends, in the land of Hind or Hindus or Indians, the caravans of the people of the world kept coming in, and India kept getting formed and reformed. On the culmination of Azadi Ka Amrit Kal, this Bharat awakens to freedom again, begetting possibilities of transforming conventional nation state into what I call sacred civilizational nation state, nurtured by emotions like agape, selfless love, or friendship, Kalyan Mitra, in personal and social context, idea of India, in the sacred civilizational sense, is like, I quote, like a silkworm weaving her house with love from her marrow and dyeing in her body's threads, in the words of great Bhakti poet Akka Mahadevi. This deeply philosophical, poetic, and polysemic idea of India pervades all nooks and corners of our lives, individual or collective. In other words, idea of India or a Bharat ki Avadharana is a leela, a play of ancestral, racial, and genetic memories of survivors of history and their claim to freedom and justice for all. To put it differently, I'm just going to give you a context. Indian poets in the movement, in the national movement, started negotiating idea of India as a journey between local history and universal history, claiming authenticity of the past and future as sovereign peoples here and now. In other words, poets like Tagore, Arvindo Ghosh, Subramanyam Bharati, Valathol Narayan Menon, Sarojini Naidu, Mahadevi Verma, and others rejected the racialized territorial notion of nation and nationalism during the national movement and linked it to the larger cause of humanity and cosmopolitan patriotism. Arvindo Ghosh, widely regarded as the poet prophet of Indian nationalism, elevated idea of India to the mystical and spiritual consciousness of self-realization as a necessary stage in the social and political evolution of man and women towards human unity. I quote him, "Nationalism is not mere a political program, and India was no mere geographical entity. No sheer physical and material landmass, no mere intellectual concept, but a goddess incarnate, a mighty mother for centuries has cradled and nourished her children, and who at that time was groaning under the yoke of a foreign oppressor, her pride shattered, her glory ground to dust." Therefore, realizing idea of India as the psychic and spiritual expression of the cosmic consciousness of diverse people, he says, "I have wrapped the wide world in my wider self, and time and space, my spirit is saying, I am the god and demon, ghost and elf. I am the wind's speed and the blazing star." Friends, that is idea of India. Therefore, I'm not surprised when my colleague, Portuguese political scientist Bruno Macaia, recently argues about the return of civilizational states in the world. This idea of India as a civilizational sacred land is not some Western concept grafted onto the subcontinent in a fit of Oriental mysticism. In other words, idea of India in a literary, political, and poetic sense, what I call, is a fluid riverine mirror, reflecting many languages, landscape that serve as a witness to the fluctuating fortunes of individual and collective destiny. No wonder this idea was expressed by Tagore, poet-philosopher, in a letter to friend in 1921. He says, "The idea of India is against the intense consciousness of the separateness of one's own people from others, which leads to ceaseless conflicts." Tagore identified the civilizational ethos in India as rooted in those societies and contributing to spiritual and cultural upliftment of the people. He says, Eastern civilization was not political, but social, not predatory and mechanically efficient, but spiritual and based upon all the varied and deeper relations of humanity. This contemporary India, therefore, in a symbolic and semiotic sense, is the most transformational movement of what I recently as well called Renaissance, re-Renaissance, and renewal of civilizational India, spurred by the God's living powers and mobilized by masses movement. The contemporary India, our India's idea is shown in terms of we step out from the old to the new when an age ends and the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance in the new awakening, what I call the Second Republic, the dawn of the Second Republic. And it also extends the arc of a more inclusive, participatory, and subalternized notion of India, drawing a line redefining the relationship between a state and religion. Therefore, this is not a simply India of India, is not culmination of historically unfinished project of decolonization of Indian mind or release from the slavery of the spirit. This will certainly alter and reshape the existing class, caste, and religious fault lines, and redefine the westernized, secularist, and modernist idea of India's democracy, making it more humanist, nativist, vernacular, and cosmopolitan simultaneously. Therefore, ushering in a great revolution, this renaissance of India will also be characterized by emergent socio-political awakening in the art, literature, music, philosophy, religion, science, and other fields of intellectual and artistic inquiry. However, friends, the dawn of this radiant era, this new idea of India also comes with a premonitory caution that it must not burn anyone. Thus, I quote, wrap this heavenly gift as song and give it to the people living happily in the Ram Rajya, where Ram and Rahim are the one and the same deity, the one God of truth and righteousness, as Gandhi believed. To conclude, idea of India as a mesmerizing collage of diversity and unity is our Kalpavriksha, tree of life in its material, symbolic, spiritual, and cultural manifestation. Friends, this is now the new compass of the world awaiting for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now request L. Hanumantayaji to kindly speak on the idea of India.
Honorable Governor Shri Arif Muhammad Khanji and the dignitaries on the dais and the dignitaries of the dais and my friends and literary giants. The idea of India is a subject which was discussed from thousands of years before independence and after independence. And after independence, this has got more unique ideas about India and its transformation from pre-colonial India to free independent India. India always, from thousands of years, it is known for its diversity in culture, in profession, in divinity, and in languages also. Our great thinker, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia, has said, the caste and class in India is not different. In other world, in other countries of the world, caste was different and class was different. There were people who belongs to a particular class and there were people who belongs to particular caste in other form. But in India, caste is a class and class is a caste. So, our philosophy is very generous. I have seen always Indian philosophy has been appreciated across the world, quoting Sarve Jano Sukhino Bhavantu. Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is one of the great philosophy of Indian thinking during ancient times, claims to be a very generous philosophy and ideology, but I have been disappointed. The philosophy has not been percolated to the lowest of the low of the Indian society. There was a caste system, there was untouchability. 25% of the people were treated outcasted. They were never treated as equals. They were called panchamas. They were not included in the varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. And they were said, you are not our man. You are not my brother. You are not my sister. And lot of cruelty has been subjected on them. Then we were thinking, the ideology, the philosophy of India, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, what is the fate of it? Sarve Jano Sukhino Bhavantu was to be accepted by one and all in this country, but keep away 25% of the people and say Sarve Jano Sukhino Bhavantu. See, this is the question where we are entering into a lot of dilemmas with regard to philosophy, with regard to living standard of the people. And I have been thinking, even after 75 years of independence, we could not eradicate the untouchability. I have been quoting inside the parliament and outside. There are 5 lakh villages in this country. I am not seeing 50 villages without untouchability. So, we have a legacy of 2,500 years. There, the discrimination has to be eradicated, at least in this Amruta Kal of independence. But I am thoroughly disappointed. This Amruta Kal has not given us the real Amrut Kal fruits for all the sections of the society. So my idea of India has to still get fermented, get reformed, and reach every one of us. Then the real India will come to my mind, will come to my dream. See, there are people. We have 352 languages in India. And almost every day, many languages are keep dying. We could not protect them. We could not keep them intact. And we could not make them that it can be, that language is important and it has to be protected. That we could not do even today. There are very few languages which has got a wonderful imagination and people can write in that languages, and many lakhs and crores have lost their mother tongues and they are dependent on other languages. Today, many tribals, they don't have their mother tongue or mother tongue as a language for them. They have to shift over to other languages, which is not their language. We could not give them that languages. In this context, Baba Saheb Ambedkar said to Mahatma Gandhi ji, I don't have a motherland. I have been treated on an external. I have not been treated as the son of this soil. Gandhiji said, I understand better than you. Then Ambedkar said, I am son of this land. You are son who is not to my land and suffering. You have experienced it. I am suffering it every day. So what is the solution? Gandhiji said, we all stand together and get it solved. I am thinking now, that part of Indian reformation has not yet given the fruits. We have very diversified culture, developed from ages, transforming from one age to another, Some are superior and some are inferior. This fact we have to accept and try to correct it. If we don't do that, if I just say we have diversified culture, glorified culture, we are all equal, I am not telling the truth. I am not telling the truth. So, there is no rationale for the differentiation of calling some cultures are superior and some cultures are inferior. Friends, those cultures which are built by human values are treated inferior today. Some cultures, some are unscientific, irrational. They have been called superior cultures. I don't want to go into the details of it. The unscientific practices are glorified, and in the recent years, it is not only glorified, it is politicized also. So we need to treat equally the different cultures by Adivasis, by the untouchables, by the tribal communities. They are in a big number. It is not a small number that we can neglect. The scheduled caste and scheduled tribes are 25% of the Indian population. The Adivasis are equally bigger. And today, we are a developed country. We are proud to call ourselves as a developed country, but lot of undeveloped regions. I think we have to think over, when the idea of India comes to my mind, we have to think over the undeveloped regions in a developed country. We are equals with lot of unequals. We are rich with crores of poor people living an unhealthy atmosphere. I think my India has to take care of unequals to become equals. Wealth concentrates with very few. It is a very serious concern which contradicts the Constitution of India. That is what Dr. Ambedkar said. We have entered into a political independent India until and unless, if you don't achieve the social and economic equality among Indians, this political independence will not live long. And today, we are in that junction. The political independence has to be fruitful. Our social and economic independence has to be achieved. But we are still facing the economic inequality, and it is growing every day. 1% controls the bigger wealth of the country, and the majority people are sharing the smaller wealth of the country. That is the major concern for many of the patriots of this country. I am thinking about the patriots who are worried about the concentration of wealth by a very few people. That has to be taken over, and this constitution has to distribute the wealth among all Indians. Then everyone will feel, I am a proud Indian in this country. We have achieved a lot after the independence. In 75 years, our schools are in every village, every hadis, every huts, in every tribal areas. It is a proud moment. But have you observed the inequality among the education system? The rich have got better opportunities and the poor are got government schools. This is another unequal India which I am visualizing, I am seeing in my own dreams. Sir, tomorrow, India, my concern is we shall have equal opportunity to all, participation of all communities through legal security is the necessity of today. We have to give opportunity to everybody, every section of the society, and that opportunity must be equal opportunity to participate. If that is not given, our concept of India will not give us the real fruit. My basic concern, the religion and its practice must be private and individual. It should be personal. I am from Karnataka. We have a saint and reformer in 12th century called Basavanna. He says it is Antarang and Bahirang. Religion must be connected to Antaranga, not to Bahiranga. That is what our Basavanna said in the 12th century, where there was no concept of democracy. He created an Anubhava Mantap, which is our parliament today. In that Anubhava Mantap, every section of the society were there. The prostitute was a member. A pot maker was a member. A cobbler was a member. That was the Anubhava Mantap of Basavanna. That kind of atmosphere and institution is the necessity today. So my sincere feeling is, my concept of India is not only developed India, development should involve everybody, and it is involving development of India going to give us a beautiful India and a cultural India, and a basic structure will be strengthened to that, through that involvement. That involvement is the necessity. So that is my concept of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shanti Shri D. Panditji to kindly speak on the idea of India.
Most respected chairperson of our session, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, and all the speakers on the dais. Andaru Mahanubhavuliki na Shatakoti Vandanalu, Namaskaralu. Ellarkum Vanakkam, Ellarkum Namaskara, Ellarkum Namaskaram, Sagada Manyavaranna Maji Namaskar, Sabko Mera Namaskar, and good afternoon to you. I think, sir, I think I should reply to what you have raised. I agree you have raised the issue. All countries are unequal. Let me tell you my own personal experience. It took 54 years for a university like Jawaharlal Nehru University to bring the first woman from the state of Tamil Nadu and an EBC. I am an OBC Vice Chancellor. Why did not your government do it? See, we can criticize everybody. I agree. I think we should come together. I agree caste, gender are issues, but in which society they are not. The chairperson of the United Nations General Assembly said, even for the West, it will take 300 years to remove gender inequality and all types of inequalities. I agree, this is absolutely, but let me also tell you, sir, our greatest, this hall is named after Valmiki. He was no upper caste. So when the Ramayana was written, the Mahabharata was written, or the Indian Constitution was written, who was called upon? So let us remember, there is space. Where I see hope at the end of the tunnel is, we believe in Ekam Sat, Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. Truth may be one, but there are several paths to it. And in our Honorable Governor, we don't see the world in binaries. We see it in concentric circles. He has proved that. You can have multiple identities which don't contradict with your Bharatiya identity. So that is my philosophy. I also agree I've come from the downtrodden, but let me tell you that this society has also given me the opportunities to stand here in front of you and speak. And I think woman and marginalized is doubly oppressed than a man and oppression. So I think, sir, the very fact here the men spoke first. And okay, I'm happy about it that women are having the last word. Sonalji will do it for me as the last batsman, like Dhoni. So we will beat all the men hollow. Okay, let me, that apart, I thank the Sahitya Academy and all its people for giving me this opportunity.
But important people speak in the last.
Thank you, sir. I only want to say a few things, that my idea of India is, first, I would like to say that the Aryan invasion theory is one of the most faulty, flawed conjecture. The Raki Gargi, the Kiladi, and the Dwaraka excavations and the geological reports have proved that we are more than 8,000 or 10,000 years old. So what does this say? We were civilized then, when the West was picking up stones. So they did not civilize us, we civilized them. The Honorable Governor also said how many books have been translated. We have been an oral civilization, and that may have been one of our things, but this is something we have to remember. The second I want to bring in, which I think I agree with Basava's, and also they say that the West's democracy started with Magna Carta. Again, a big lie. Uttara Merur inscription is 800 years before Magna Carta, the Chola inscription, which proves that we had village level decentralization and democracy. So hence, we are the mother of democracies, and even Basava's Abhinava Mandapa. And then I would also say here, another I would place, we are the feminist civilization of the world. Draupadi is the first feminist, Sita, the first single mother, Savitri, the great woman who fought against the god of death. She's not a coward. She fought, won in argument. And also Kannagi, the first citizen activist. So please remember, and also our Panchapati Vratas are women who broke the rules, not women who followed the rules. And sir, in that there's no upper caste. And also our poor gods, they are named after their wives. Umapati, Sitapati, Lakshmipati, no Patini. And in, sir, Indira's cabinet, who are most powerful? Women have the powerful portfolios. Even if he'll say, Michael Foucault said, power is knowledge. Hence, both are with women. And the Marxists say that where there is money, there is power. So, all the three portfolios are with women. Saraswati. And goddess Saraswati defined the issue what you talk today about a woman's control over her body. She redefined marriage. She defined whether she should have children or not. Why are we not reinterpreting that? Or Lakshmi, she's an Asura. So where is caste, sir? She's all with us. The goddess of wealth, the daughter of Kuber. And then you have, what to say, Durga or Parvati, who's the goddess of power, or this. So I would say we are a feminist civilization. When all the male gods lost their power, we celebrate Dashara. You had to ask a woman to come and save you. So let us celebrate these, and all these celebrate. There is no caste in it, sir. I think caste came at a later level. It is a colonial construct, or we don't know what it is. And I condemn it. I'm with you in it. I'm against any inequalities. And finally, I would only end with the Purananur, which is one of the oldest texts of the Sangam, invoking poem 192 of the Purananur, might probably give us some clue on the depth of richness, maturity, and wisdom of the urban culture of not only Tamilagam, but entire Kumari Kandam, which today they say is Australia and all others. And here he says, every city is your city. Everyone is your kin. So hence we believe not only in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, sir, this is older than Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So I would say that my idea of India is something that believes in equity with equality and excellence, as well as integrity with inclusion, as well as inventiveness and innovation. And I would only end with saying that we are no more rule takers. We are rule shapers now and rule makers. And I think the present government, especially the present Prime Minister, has made a paradigm shift because he is the first Prime Minister to come from the backward classes. You might say it is symbolism, but symbolism matters. That is what I say. Thank you all. Ellarkum vanakkam, nandri.
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम. अब मैं डॉक्टर सोनल मानसिंह जी से निवेदन करती हूँ, आप भारत की अवधारणा पर अपने विचार व्यक्त करें.
देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सबको सादर नमस्कार. हमारे प्रिय आरिफ भाई और शांतिश्री बहन, हनुमंतैया जी, अश्विनी कुमार जी, यहाँ माधव कौशिक जी, कुमुद जी, एंड कहाँ गए हमारे प्रिय राव जी. There are only 5 G's, but here there are so many G's. So, सबको बहुत बहुत प्यार से सादर नमस्कार. Very interesting viewpoints have been presented. It's been a pleasure to hear all of them. मैं तो ठहरी कलाकार, कभी ये भी मानते थे कि कलाकार एक कवि दृष्टा, seer, the one who sees beyond the immediate, one who sees beyond the sthula. और फिर ऐसा समय आया कि जब कलाकार, जैसे हनुमंतैया जी कह रहे थे, मैं सोच रही थी कि I have personally gone through that, sir. You'll be surprised. What you see today, the Sonal, has taken a lot of nonsense. Why? Because, as Shanti Shri ji said, I'm a woman and I'm a dancer. तो पद्म विभूषण एक अपनी जगह है और नाचने वाली ये भी अपनी जगह है, जो मेरे ऊपर कई बार फेंका गया, झेला गया. अब चलिए उससे हटके मैं अपनी बात रखती हूँ. महाभारत का युद्ध हो गया, भगवत गीता सुनाई गई. उस समय कदाचित समय स्थगित हो गया था, काल चक्र रुक गया था कि नहीं, इसकी बात अभी तक मैंने नहीं सुनी कहीं, लेकिन रुक ही गया होगा. क्योंकि जब श्रीमद् भगवद गीता को बाद में लिखा गया, किसने लिखा? ये महाभारत में है. वेद व्यास ने सुना. हेलो. तो युद्ध हो गया, ये सिंहासन पर स्थापित हो गए. युधिष्ठिर, पांडव इंद्रप्रस्थ में आ गए. आनंद ही आनंद. हस्तिनापुर भी सुंदर राज्य बना. एक दिन अर्जुन ने, जो कृष्ण आए थे, अर्जुन ने पूछा, माधव एक प्रश्न है कि तुमने जो इतना गहरा ज्ञान बांटा, मुझे समझाया, वो ज्ञान तुम में कहाँ से आया? ये प्रश्न कोई भक्त ही पूछ सकता है, एक सखा पूछ सकता है। तो श्री कृष्ण ने कहा राधा से। अब इसकी भी एक कहानी है जो उसमें मैं नहीं जाऊंगी, कि मैं आत्मायन एक कार्यक्रम की तैयारी कर रही थी और रामचंद्र गांधी, प्रोफेसर रामचंद्र गांधी, रामू भाई, उससे मेरी उनसे बात हो रही थी। तो उन्होंने कहा तू बैठ के सोच सोनल, बैठ के सोच, सब समझ में आ जाएगा। और मेरी समझ में यह आया, श्री कृष्ण ने कहा राधा से, ये कैसे? कृष्ण कहने लगे कि एक बार द्वारका में राधा जी आई। रुक्मिणी सत्यभामा थोड़ी सी मायूस हमेशा होती थी जब राधा आती थी। अब की बार उद्यान में घूमते घूमते रुक्मिणी ने कहा, स्वामी, हम और राधा कौन आपसे ज्यादा प्रेम करता है? कृष्ण हंसे और कहा, देख लो। सामने एक पुष्करिणी थी, सुंदर तालाब, और जैसे एक जापानीज ब्रिज होता है शायद वैसा एक बांस पड़ा हुआ था एक किनारे से दूसरे किनारे। तो रुक्मिणी ने कहा, ठीक है, हम इसी को पार कर जाते हैं। कृष्ण ने कहा, ठीक है, तो घड़े में पानी भी भर लो और घड़ा सर पे रख दो, और बिना छलकाए, बिना हाथ लगाए जो चला जाए उस पार, तो उन्हीं के हृदय में मैं बसता हूं, समझ लेना। वाह वाह स्वामी वाह। रुक्मिणी ने उठाया घड़ा, पानी भरा, सर पे रखा और चल पड़ी। बार बार उनके पैर थर्राने लगे, उनका ध्यान, और फिर धम्म करके पानी में गिरी। बहुत ही शर्मिंदी हुई, बाहर निकली और एक किनारे बैठ गईं। कृष्ण ने राधा की ओर देखा, राधा ने अपना घड़ा उठाया, पानी भरा और नाचती गाती निकल गई उस पार। अब रुक्मिणी पूछ रही, स्वामी बताइए, मेरे मन का उद्वेग शांत कीजिए, क्या हम आपसे प्रेम नहीं करते? कृष्ण ने कहा, देखो, तुम्हारा ध्यान घड़े पर था, राधा कृष्णमय थी। अभी बात खत्म नहीं हुई। ये मेरे मन के जो भाव जो मैंने व्यक्त किए थे स्टेज पर, इसकी कहानी सुना रही हूं। तो राधा मुस्काई और बोली, नहीं कृष्ण, नहीं, मैं आत्मलीन थी उस आत्मा में जहां समग्र सृष्टि स्थित है। तुम भी कृष्ण स्थित हो मेरी आत्मा में। मैं आत्मलीन थी, मैं कृष्णमय नहीं थी। ये जब सुना रहे हैं अर्जुन को, अर्जुन की आंख में पानी आ गया। उनको तब समझ में आया शायद फिर एक बार गीता का सार, सर्वधर्मान परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज, अहम त्वाम सर्व पापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः। लेकिन राधा तो कृष्ण की भी गुरु निकली, मेरी राधा। तो ये मैं आपको इसलिए कह रही हूं कि हमारी संस्कृति हमें यह स्वतंत्रता देती है कि मैं अपना कृष्ण गढ़ सकूं, अपनी राधा बना सकूं। मेरी कल्पना कोई नकार नहीं सकता। कोई प्रश्न करे ठीक है, लेकिन नकारना नहीं हो सकता। तभी तो महाभारत के बाद, रामायण वाल्मीकि के बाद हजारों रामायण लिखे गए, कितनी सारी भाषाओं में लिखे गए, जिनको हनुमंथैया जी ट्राइबल कल्चर कहते हैं। मेरा भी उनसे बहुत वास्ता है। उनमें कितनी राम कथाएं हैं तरह तरह की। महाभारत के बाद कितनी टीकाएं लिखी गईं। तो ये जो हम कहते हैं कमेंटरीज, उपकथाएं, ये सारा ये हमारी धरोहर है, उसी में हम पले बड़े हैं। और ये मुझे लगता है कि मेरा भारत वही है कि जो कल्पना के घोड़े पर उड़ने की आपको क्षमता देता है, आपको शक्ति देता है। और ये आत्मा की बात करते करते मुझे ये भी लगा, आज मैं अयोध्या से लौटी, परसों रामलला के मंदिर में नृत्य सेवा करने का सुभग अवसर भी मिला। तो सोच रही थी कि क्यों न मैं ये कहूं कि मेरा भारत आत्मलीन भारत है। आत्मा झलकती है भारत के हर कोने में, हर भाषा में, हर सोच में, हर विचार में, हर संस्कृति में। Even if you call them cultures and subcultures, और ये जो एक बाल तोड़ एनालिसिस है उसमें भी हम माहिर हैं, लेकिन समग्रता को लेकर चलने में भी हम किसी से कम नहीं, ज्यादा ही हैं। तो दोनों उत्तर और दक्षिण ध्रुव को हम जोड़ते हुए, सेतु बनाते हुए हम चलते हैं। And therefore the transcendence, what you call spirituality, ये मूल मंत्र है। जब शरीर जो एज अ डांसर आई लर्न टू यूज माई बॉडी फ्रॉम टॉप टू टो, नख से शिख तक, मुझे मेरे अंग उपांगों का चलन सीखना पड़ता है और उनको किस तरीके से प्रयोग में लाना वो सीखना पड़ता है। वो सारा सीखने के बाद जब हम करते जाते हैं तब क्या होता है? तब वही होता है कि जब आपकी कला में आत्मा झलकने लगे, जब दर्शक की आत्मा को झकझोरे, उसको हिंडोले पे लटकाए और झुलाए, जब you don't see the dancer, only the dance remains. आप गीतकार को नहीं देख रहे, मात्र स्वरों की दुनिया में खो गए। और मैं तो कहूँ खो भी नहीं गए, स्वरों की, नृत्य की, हाव भाव की दुनिया में आप सबने अपने आप को पाया, क्योंकि वह भारत मेरा जो स्व में स्थित है, जो स्व में स्थित है, जो अपने आप को पहचानता है, अपने आप को जानता है। होता है कदाचित कभी कभार कि हमें पता नहीं चलता कि हम कौन हैं। हमारे ऊपर पर्दा डाल दिया गया, पर्दा खुल गया, और यहाँ से हम अब प्रकाश की ओर, चाहे वो आदित्य हो, चाहे वो मंगलयान हो, चंद्रयान हो, ये बाहर जा रहे हैं। उतने ही आत्मायन, मैंने उसका नाम दिया था, ये हमारा यान आत्मा की तरफ अंदर भी उतना ही आता है जितना बाहर जाता है। तो मैं अंत में इतना ही कहूँगी कि जो श्री कृष्ण ने व्याख्या की, बहुत सारी व्याख्याएं हैं, लेकिन नैनम छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनम दहति पावकः न चैवं क्लेदयन्तो आपो न शोषयन्ते मारुतः। वो आत्मा जो अमर है, वो आत्मा जो हाथ में नहीं पकड़ सकते, वो आत्मा जिसको आप छू नहीं सकते, वो आत्मा जो नहीं दिखता है लेकिन सर्वव्यापी है, सर्वव्यापी है तो आप में भी है राधा की तरह। वो भारत जिसकी आत्मा भासते राजते इति भारत, जो हमेशा चमकता है, वो है भारत। और कलाकार कहता है भाव राग ताल स्वर लय को पकड़ के जो चलता है, जो कभी न बेसुरा हो न कभी बेताला हो, वो है मेरा भारत। तो चलिए, भारत की आत्मा, एक आखिरी शब्द, बहुत बड़ा शब्द है, रस। भारत की बात हम करें और यदि हम रस को भूल जाएं तो उस नीरसता में हम कभी नहीं जिए हैं, न जिएंगे, न जीते थे। इसीलिए भारत का जो रस है, रस की व्याख्या है, रस में जीने का जो स्वाद है, जो एक उत्साह है, एक क्या कहें कि उठने की, बार बार उत्थान करने की जो क्षमता है, जो शक्ति है, वो अद्भुत है। और दूसरा शब्द है आनंद, जिसकी व्याख्या इज इम्पॉसिबल if you do. That's the underpinning these two words, rasa and ananda. Therefore rasananda, जो ब्रह्मानंद सहोदर कहा गया। आप ब्रह्म का ध्यान करें, मोक्ष प्राप्ति के लिए तप करें, ब्रह्मन के लिए आचरण करें, जानने की कवायद करें। लेकिन यदि आपने रस को समझ लिया, आप नृत्य करें, आप गान करें, आप काव्य पठन करें, आप काव्य लिखें, आप चित्र करें, न तत् ज्ञानम न तत् शिल्पम न सा कला न सा विद्या नासौ योगो न तत्कर्म नाट्यस्मिन् यन्न विद्यते। ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है इस जगत में जो नाट्य में नहीं है, और जो नाट्य में नहीं है वो कहीं नहीं है, जैसे महाभारत के लिए कहा गया। तो मित्रों, देवियों, सज्जनों, मेरा भारत रस से परिपूर्ण है, छलकता है। मेरा भारत तेजस्वी है। मेरा भारत आनंद देता है। आनंद के समुद्र में गोते लगाकर रत्न निकाल के देता है। जय हिंद।
सोनल जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I now request the Chair, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan ji, to kindly make his concluding remarks.
बैठ के नहीं बोल पाते। After the wonderful exposition by the previous speakers, particularly two ladies, the Vice Chancellor of JNU and Sonal ji, I have the privilege of enjoying her affection, goodwill, good wishes, ashirwad, everything. So I think first, and both of them, one very great aspect of India, idea of India, they have brought it out so powerfully. So first, more to pay tribute to them, and also to emphasize that special ingredient of the idea of India. I would like to quote the first verse of Bhaj Govindam. Megher meduram ambaram vanbhuva shama tamal durume naktam bhirurayam tomev tadimam prapya इत्थम नंदा निदेशता चलितयो प्रत्यद्वा कुंजा दिरुमे राधा मोहन योर जयंती यमुना कूले रहा के लिया. It will help us to understand this particular ingredient of idea of India, because Bhagwan Krishna is Purna Purush, master of more kalas, even Bhagwan Ram. Yet when there is night time or the day approaching the night, it starts becoming dark, then the trees appear to be like ghosts to him and he gets frightened. The poor Purush is scared. Just imagine the woman power, the Indian concept of woman power, that the poor Purush is scared. And then Radhaji is asked to take charge of him. Who is taking charge of the poor Purush? Woman. And as she rightly said, whether it is knowledge, whether it is prosperity, whether it is power, we adore them in feminine form. Yet if we behave strangely, fault lies with us, not with the idea of India. Similarly, I not only understand, I appreciate the pain which was given expression to by Shri L. Hanumantayya ji. And what came to my mind was a speech by Swami Vivekananda, a small gathering of those who are marginalized, who are deprived, who are robbed of their humanity. They are treated with contempt. He is addressing them. And then he advises them. He says, don't waste your time and energy in complaining what has happened in the past. Just devote all your energies and time to acquire the knowledge which is possessed by those who have suppressed you and oppressed you. This is Swami Vivekananda advising. He says, don't waste your time. Just acquire the knowledge which they have, and then no power on earth can stop you. Not only to regain your lost dignity, equality, and every human right. That again I would like to link that India's genius is in knowledge, education. Tapa swadhyay nirittam. Ever devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. But in one dialogue in Upanishad, a question has been raised. Tapa is the madhyam to acquire knowledge. You need discipline, you need austerity, you need certain, discipline not imposed by anybody from outside. You decide, you enjoy that discipline which you impose on yourself to acquire knowledge. Then there is a dialogue in Upanishad that when this process is completed, what is tapa? And the answer given was, tapa is swa adhyay plus pirvachan. This process is completed when whatever knowledge you acquire, you share it with others. The many questions which Hanumantayya ji have raised, I won't say in the same form, but particularly after I reached the university, this question used to bother me. If we were a knowledge civilization, why history has been so cruel to us? And so many times I asked my teachers, I asked so many people, even after coming to parliament, I asked many people in parliament. I never got a satisfactory answer. The satisfactory answer you get to this question is in the speeches of Swami Vivekananda, more particularly in the writing of Swami Rangnath Nandaji. Eternal Values for a Changing Society, Volume 4, which deals with democracy. And what a beautiful explanation he has given. It satisfies all your queries. He says, there is no doubt that we were a knowledge civilization because we worshipped Ma Saraswati. But worshipping Ma Saraswati means not only Swadhyay, but also Pirvachan, because those were the days when the printing press was not there, printing books were not there. So knowledge had to be conveyed through Pirvachan. He says during the period of our decline and fall, we did not give up the pursuit of knowledge, but we stopped sharing knowledge with others. In fact, we put a stop. We made knowledge inaccessible. And then he quotes a line from Srimad Bhagavat. Not Gita, Srimad Bhagavat. Saraswati Gyan Khalva Yatha Sati. A scholar, a knower of things, who imprisons knowledge within herself or himself, is not a worshipper of Ma Saraswati, is a villain of Saraswati, whatever assertions that person makes. So again, I think all the problems which you have mentioned, they are because we became ignorant of our cultural heritage. We became ignorant that even these caste oppressions, they find the type of caste which we have, the practices which we have. In the original teachings, there is absolutely nothing. That is why Mahatma Gandhi had said that I refuse to believe that this is sanctioned by the Shastras. But if you insist that Shastras sanction it, then to that extent, I refuse to believe those parts of the Shastra. But the fact is that Shastras have no sanction for it. And if you like, I may quote something which I read. I don't remember where, but in the book of Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, while quoting that famous shlok of Bhagavad Gita, Chatur Varnyam Maya Srishtam Gun Karm Vibhagasha, Jan not on the basis of Jan, Gun Karm Vibhagasha, on the basis of your inner, the disposition with which you are born. And not just that. After quoting this, he quotes, somehow the source is not there, but he quotes 4 beautiful lines. He says, Nartako Garbha Sambhuto. आपके लिए खास तौर से सुन लीजिए, आप कह रही हैं नाचने वाली कहते हैं लोग. नाचने वाली किसे पैदा करती है? नर्तको गर्भा संभूतो वशिष्ठो नामा महर्षि तपसा ब्राह्मणो जाता तस्माद जातिर्न कारणम. तपस्या से ब्राह्मण, ब्राह्मण का मतलब क्या है? When after acquisition of knowledge you are able to expand your mind. And what Sonalji was saying, when you are able to yada bhuta pirtak bhava mekasthamano pachyati tat evacha vistaram brahma sampadiyate tada. When there is no other for you and you feel that everyone is extension of your own self. So Brahman, When as a result of the education, knowledge, and by living that knowledge, practically living that knowledge in your life, you are able to expand your manas, your mind. You become a Brahmin. And just not only about Vasishtha Muni. All the names which are most revered in our hoary history. The second line is Chandalo Garbha Sambhuto Shaktir Nama Mahamuni. Third is Shwapako, dog eater. Shwapako Garbha Sambhuto Parasharo Mahamuni. And the fourth one is Matsya Gandha Tu Tanya Vidwana Vyaso Mahamuni. Whose mother came from the upper echelons of the society, and they are the people who shaped our civilization, who created our culture. We need to take pride in that. And we can take, as Prime Minister said in his Panchpuran, one of the important feature is try to understand your cultural heritage better. And if we try to understand our cultural heritage better, then I will appreciate it, I shall be proud of it, and if I see somebody doing something which is contrary to the basic principles of this civilization, then instead of complaining, I will point out to her or him that what you are doing does not accord with your Indianness. It does not accord with your Indianness. Because, how much time I have taken, sir? Already 10 minutes, so I should conclude. I'm sorry, but I will conclude to emphasize, re-emphasize, reiterate the same thing with which I had started the first part. Knowledge is the genius of India. And I will conclude with the quote, words of, again, Gurudev Rabindranath Thakur. He said, I love India, not because I cultivate the idolatry of geography, not because I had had the good fortune to be born in her soil, but I love India because the words are very important. I love India because she has, through tumultuous ages, I had said why history has been so cruel to us. He says, because India has, through tumultuous ages, saved the living words which issued from the illuminated consciousness of her children. Again, it is words, knowledge. Word is composed by akshar. Akshar means something which cannot be destroyed. Now you join two or more than two things which are not destructible. How powerful the word becomes, you can only imagine. It can't be put into the words. And he finishes this with Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma Shantam Shivam Advaitam. For us, truth is Brahma, knowledge is Brahma, infinity is Brahma, Shantam, peace is Brahma, Shivam, goodness is God, Advaitam, and the perfect union. Perfect union means where there is no ill will for anybody, that is God. Thank you very much. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very illuminating address. इसके साथ ही आज का कार्यक्रम संपन्न होता है. हम माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय के अनुग्रहित हैं कि आपने साहित्य अकादमी के लिए अपना बहुमूल्य समय निकाला. साथ ही हम मंच पर उपस्थित सभी वक्ताओं को और आप सबको अपनी उपस्थिति के लिए धन्यवाद देते हैं. अंत में राष्ट्रगान होगा. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem, kindly rise.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
సిటీ నరసింహయ్య అన్నయ్య కూడా